Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Falkirk Council meeting, the final meeting of the year. The agenda was issued last Tuesday, 20th of November. A supplementary agenda was issued on the 4th of December, which provided details of a deputation request from Dorothy Ostachini on behalf of Save Bowness Recreation Centre in regard to item 17, Motions Bowness Recreation Centre proposed by Councillor Steinbank. I propose to take this item after the rolling action log, and there was going to be a procedural motion, but this has been removed, so we'll immediately go to the deputation, to hear the deputation after the rolling action log, and then there'll be questions for the deputation, then there'll be a recess to discuss amendments. The meeting will be live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted shortly online after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. We have been informed that the Grangemouth Community Warning System will be tested at 2:30 today. When it sounds, you don't need to do anything. And this is the last council meeting of 2023 prior to the festive break, and it will also be the last council meeting for Mr. Gary Greenhorn. And I'll say a bit later, say something about Gary a bit later on after the information bulletin, and open up to the group leaders to maybe make comment. Today's meeting has a full agenda, and we're hopeful that the business can be completed today if members are disciplined in their interventions. As chair of the meeting, I'll look to ensure fair debate, but this will be balanced by the need to deal with the business in hand. Members should refrain from talking during or commenting on speeches by other councillors and remain respectful to other points of view. I will introduce breaks at appropriate points in the meeting and may vary the order of the business to best manage the business conducted, depending on progress through the agenda. We'll break for lunch at an appropriate point in the agenda around 1 p.m. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raised hand icon on screen, and I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing a debate. But at that point, it is your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. And those members joining remotely should ensure that your camera is on at all times. And all members should ensure that their mobile phones are switched off or on silent. So the first item of business is the settlement. We'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Buchanan. I think you may be on mute, Councillor Buchanan.
Apologies for that, sir. I'm present, but I have no camera, so apologies for that.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And Shaw.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted for Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sinclair.
Yep.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Present. Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. We'll now go to item 2, which is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin. 3A, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on 27th September 2023, pages 7 to 24 on your agenda. Can we agree the minute?
Agreed. Agreed.
Is there any matters arising from the minute? No. Thank you. 3B, volume of minutes, volume 2, 2023. Is there any matters arising from the volume of minutes?
Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, I looked for the comments from the Chief Executive from the last executive regarding the statement from Pedro Enos, and I didn't see it. Do we add this verbatim, or is it when we do the minutes? Because I think it's a very important issue, and we've not, as a council, we've not discussed it yet. And I think it's the Scottish Government and the UK Government have gave it about 10 minutes each, and I think that's ludicrous. For this area, we should be having a full discussion of how we can support the jobs in the area.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. The meeting to which Councillor Kerr refers is not included in the volume of minutes, so I think there will be some reflection of the fact there was discussion on that point when those minutes are available.
Okay. Any other comments on the minutes? No. 3C, information bulletin. Any questions on the information bulletin?
Provost.
Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I've got 2 or 3 points in relation to the information bulletin. The first 2 relate to page 50. The first one at the top of the page, there's a contract valued at just over £134,000 for alterations to 33 Deanfield Drive, Bowness. Now, I've since found out that this relates to 2 residential properties that have been knocked into one to house a large family. Now, I'm just wondering, how do we know if this is value for money? And 2, do we have any other large families who are in line to get similar types of properties adapted for them?
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. The works have been identified as representing value for money on the basis that to deliver a new build house in respect of the size of the accommodation required for the family would be significantly more, perhaps in the region of £300,000 plus, and to acquire a property of that nature, if we were doing it through a buyback, would be substantially more than that.
Right, and do we know if we have any other similar families waiting in line for the same types of properties?
Apologies, Provost. That's information I wouldn't be party to.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Kettrick. Next question, Councillor.
Provost, can I just make a point on that and just ask whether or not we should be disclosing the address, because that means that the individuals can be identified? I just think that, particularly in the light of what Councillor Nimmo said.
Well, the address is in the information bulletin, that's public knowledge.
No, I appreciate that, and that's what I'm questioning, Councillor Nimmo, as to whether or not that address should be disclosed in that way.
Okay.
Good point. Mr. Moody.
I think that's something we can give consideration for future information bulletins, but I think it's been observed, it's there at present within the public papers, and I think the answer is entirely appropriate as an explanation as to why it was value for money. But we'll take that point on and look at it for future information bulletins.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. The second question is on the same page, page 50, and it's the middle item in relation to the Avon Gorge. I'm just wondering if elected members can be copied into the business case and the design papers.
Mr. Kettrick.
Obviously, we'd be happy to provide that information, and obviously we will be reporting back on that project in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. My last point, Provost, relates to items on page 40 and page 42. There are a number of contracts where we see community benefits such as work placements. There's a couple of examples on page 40 where the contractors provide 6 weeks paid work experience when the council contracts reach a certain spend. And I think that's around about 100,000. And there's another one with 6 weeks, the spend reaches £300,000. There are a number of placements given work experience in a lot of our contracts, not just in this information bulletin, but in past ones as well. How do we ensure that these placements are being monitored and fulfilled? And how do we know what the outcomes are? I've never seen a report coming forward in the past in relation to this, and I'm just wondering if we can get a report in the near future detailing everything that I've just said.
Mr. Kettrick.
Provost, whilst these ones don't relate to my division, experience is that there is monitoring done both through the contracts by the contract manager, which also involves colleagues from procurement as well as our skills and training team, where contractors are not adhering to those community benefits. I am aware of challenges being made to them, and there is rigorous monitoring that is in place, and I'm sure colleagues that are involved would be happy to provide an update report on where we are with these types of placements.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick. I'll now go to Mr. Moody.
I could just build on what Mr. Kettrick was saying there, Provost. There is an annual procurement report which is produced, which should be distributed to members fairly shortly. It's currently live on the website. The link is just about to come out to you. That has some information on it about community benefits, but to give you some reassurance, there is a group of officers functioning across the council to look at the specific issue of community benefits to make sure that we are taking advantage of the community benefits that are obtained through the procurement process. And Mr. Kettrick properly observes that will often involve work through the employment training unit to identify suitable trainees.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Councillor Nimmo, you got any other questions?
No, that's me, Provost. Thanks very much for your indulgence.
Thanks very much. Any other questions on the information bulletin? Councillor Murtagh?
It's just a note that I do have a number of questions, but I'm prepared to take them offline. It's just I would like to make the point that this is an 800-page agenda today, and the information bulletin, obviously, it's part of that, and it's our job to scrutinise these things, and it's just not feasible for us to be able to do our job properly with this sort of agenda and give it the time it is. So I won't be asking them in public because of the time, and I'll take them offline. But I wanted to make that point at this stage. That's why I'm not asking them.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. I appreciate that. Any other questions? No. I'd just like to say a few words about Gary Greenhorn, who's been a stalwart in the council for many years, and a wonderful officer as far as I'm concerned, and he's been really helpful to me over the years, and certainly his passion for education is something that's we could all aspire to, really. His dedication and commitment to seeing improvements year on year, along with the rest of the team, has been quite remarkable. And any questions I've asked him, he's always got back, and he always got an honest, straightforward answer. And his reports are legend, to be honest with you. Really, really detailed reports. So if any officer wants to learn how to write a really, really detailed report, he can speak to Gary. I think we've all benefited from his reports, and probably over-informed, if you like, but over-informed is good, and you can then distill it down to whatever you want. So I'd just like to thank you for your time in the council, Gary, and it's been really much appreciated, and you've been a good friend as well. So I'd like to thank you for that. And I'll now go to the group leaders for comment, and open up to members as well if they want to comment. Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Provost. I would want to pay tribute to Gary and Gary and I. I've been here just about as long as each other, and it's been great to have him within education services, particularly not as an educationalist, but his accountancy background, it's been. Over the years, some of the projects that he's been involved in developing have been a great asset to the council, particularly the most recent being the expansion of early years and the work that's been done across the district to develop that, to build the new facilities and actually see them into fruition, and something that you can certainly say you had a hand in delivering and leaving a legacy and moving into your retirement. But there's also been the new build projects such as New Cairn Grange, and we're just losing Gary at a time when we go into the expansion of that particular facility, and there'll be sort of big shoes to fill in taking that forward. But there also have been other projects in the new schools, the PPP schools, and indeed the primary school, St Bernadette's, etc., are all great facilities that Gary has presided over, kept us on track, on time, and on budget most of the time, recognising that not all of the budgetary control was within his grasp. But I hope that he does have a fantastic retirement. I know that he's got plans, great activity plans to keep him going. He also has his football passion and being able to keep up there. Although I don't think that's in the playing side, Gary. I don't know if it's in the playing side. But I do wish you well in your retirement. I hope you get your pilot's licence. I'll be looking up the planes going past and having a wee wave every now and again. But just to thank you very much for everything that you've done for Falkirk Council and your time here. It's been very much appreciated, and I hope you're able to look back on the legacy that you've left. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Michael John. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah for any comment.
Thank you, Convener. I don't have the length of acquaintanceship as the previous two speakers have, but since March 2022, I have really appreciated the work that Gary has done. He has always been very, very quick to respond to queries. He's also been effective in what he has done in taking action, and I've appreciated the reports that he has provided. So I have enjoyed working with Gary over the last 18 months or so, and I wish him all the best in his retirement. And I will be likewise looking up to see him flying over my house.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Like yourself, Provost, that I've known Gary for the same length of time, for 2017, and like the former speakers, his reports are concise, and before we sent the questions to the various directors or various departments, the reason we done that was because some of the questions we couldn't get answered. It didn't matter what question you asked Gary, he had the answer. And there wasn't many times that he would come back and say, I'll get you that, because he had it there and then. And like the leader of the council stated, a big driving force on the new developments that we've had in Falkirk over the years in education. And it will be a sad miss, and it will be like a friend retiring, but I wish you every health and happiness in your retirement, Gary, and I hope that you have many, many years in retirement. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. Jings Crivens help my bob. Gary, you're not old enough to retire, and Falkirk Council really needs you, and I'm quite sad that we're going to lose an officer of this calibre, an officer that could interact with all sections of the council, whether you be in administration or opposition. He treated us equally and he treated us fairly. And for that, he will have my everlasting respect. Some of the projects he's seen us through has brought us right into the modern era, the education in this district. And he was never the director of education, but in my personal opinion, I always thought he was the director because he's the first person you would have went to with any problem. Gary, have a good time and I hope to see you in New York soon.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Anyone else would like to make a... Yes.
Thanks, Provost, and I'm not going to repeat too much of what other colleagues have said because I think it's quite clear that the depth of feeling that we all have for Gary as an officer of the council. I just wanted to add my personal thanks and my personal best wishes to Gary. I think, as has been commented already, as a new councillor, as you know, a significant proportion of the council are relatively new councillors, you can sometimes find yourself walking about a bit lost, no understanding where you're going to go. And that's exactly how I found myself in April when appointed portfolio holder for education. But with Gary and the team in central office, their guidance, Gary's guidance in particular, it's not been as daunting as what it could have possibly been. So thanks for that, Gary, and I wish you all the very best. And hopefully there'll be a scorn or two in the future for you coming down the line. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh.
I would echo the remarks of others, but I just simply want to say thank you to Gary for his service, and I hope that I'm sure you're planning to enjoy and not think about all the reports that you'll miss presenting and writing. And as one detailed person to another, I've certainly appreciated the spirit of what's been put forward. But I think I just want to say that the legacy that you've left, I personally, I think we all do when we see things that we've inputted into and them come to fruition. It's a really pleasing thing. It's good to know that you've made a difference in your community, and that will continue. And as you often call them, our wee people, as they move through life, you'll have had an impact on their life and those facilities, the new ones that when we have the new Karen Grange as well and the Leak, your legacy will be on that. And I hope you take joy from that in your retirement as well and can feel proud of that impact you've not only had on the likes of the council estate, but on the lives of the people that the things that you've brought forward have been able to do. So thank you for that, and on behalf of them, thank you also.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. I'd just like to echo everything that's been said about Gary. I've known Gary since 2007, so it's been a long time, Gary. We've got one recent thing in common. We've both got our bus pass now, so I intend to make good use of it, and I'm sure you will as well. I've always found Gary to be approachable and a wealth of knowledge and always eager to help, irrespective of the politics. He's always there if he's needed. And Gary, it's good to know that you're going for your pilot's licence. I'll be booking seats to Tenerife shortly, so I'll keep a hold of your email address. I'll certainly miss you as a colleague in the council, and I'm sure the council will miss you as well for all the hard work and dedication that you've put in over the years. I'd just like to wish you all the best for your retirement.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. You now have a right to reply, Gary.
Thank you very much, Provost. Thanks for the kind words from the leader, Councillor Hannah, Councillor Kerr, Councillor Spears. Councillor Spears, I'm going to take your words, I'm going to take my wee pail away, turn it upside down, and I can now sit in it in a corner and relax. I appreciate the kind words for Councillor Murtagh and Councillor Nimmo as well. I'm really touched by that. I wasn't expecting it today. I think you've touched on a couple of things. Officers tried to approach and work with members to achieve certain key aims, and the legacy that we've done that through probably straight talking, collaborative working. And it's true to say that the relationship officers has with members sometimes extends beyond the professional element, because we need to make friendship, we need to make sure we've got those links. And I certainly can only thank each and every one of you There have been challenges, yes, but we've dealt with it in an honest, upfront and very transparent manner. There's been some behind the scenes straight talking, but never ever overstepping the mark of that professional integrity. And I, my team and the service have always benefited from being honest. And to be honest with you, I've had that same self-respect coming back from each and every one of you, and also the past members that can't be here today. I've welcomed that. The job that is made so much easier with the collective support. As I think as Councillor Nimmo said, sometimes politics get put to the side, but the collective support, particularly the Education, Children and Young People Executive, has been paramount to the success that we have achieved for the service. And our wee people, as Councillor Murtagh says, our wee people are what make the job so worthwhile when we get things done. And I'm pleased, hopefully, to left the council in good hands. We mentioned, I think the various people mentioned the new Carn Grange project. I'm sure Mr. Kettrick and his team, along with the team that we've got in the Children's Services, will take that forward. And again, it can be something that can be a legacy that can be left in a positive manner for the future of Falkirk. So I wish each and every one of you all the best. 20 years is a long time, but it's a short time. I can't believe 20 years have passed, and I'm moving on with a heavy heart, and I'm really sad, and I'm totally touched by that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gary. So, in conclusion, we as a council wish you and your family all the very best for the future, Gary, and we sincerely mean that. Thank you.
Can I just ask if Gary's actually sitting in the Spitfire behind Councillor Nimmo there, Provost? Just wanted to clarify that.
No, I don't think this.
Once I pass the licence, perhaps.
Okay, thanks very much. Next item of business, moving swiftly on. Rolling action log, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log provides the record of decisions made by the council where further reports have been called for. The rolling action log is up to date. There is one report which isn't available by its due date, but the explanation is provided in the comments column. The rolling action log is available for members' questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody. Councillor Steinbach.
Yeah, it's just on 631, the school pools, just to ask which stakeholders have been consulted on the recommendations that will be coming forward, and what further plans are there to consult with stakeholders before the report comes to council. Thank you.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you. The Sport and Leisure team have been engaging with swimming clubs regarding proposed changes to fees. I'm not aware of further engagement with that, but messages were put out to all parties that use the facilities, and we're now in the process of pulling our recommendations together.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I suppose it's on the same item, and it's just the item which was about the school pools obviously came from a previous decision, and it was supposed to be reported to this council. Overlapping, there's been the situation about the Sport and Leisure PDP. Now, I understand that the Sport and Leisure PDP, from what I thought within scope, was kind of going to look at things as if that decision had already been made, as if the decisions or this position was clear. And I'm a little bit, I did ask a previous question about this at Fields Council, I'm a little bit unclear, and would be grateful if it could be set out about, I think that's had its scoping meeting, it's obviously not going to be reporting, but how that's going to be considering its business, and whether what's coming forward in this report in now January will take cognizance or otherwise, or is it completely separate. It'd be really useful to lay it out considering what's on our agenda today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Mr. Berry.
Thank you. I know it's difficult, but I'm not keen to prejudge the information that comes before elected members. Suffice to say, I'm very aware that we've got a PDP, and I'm very aware that council has asked a report to come forward that reviews how we maximise income, reduce costs, and reduce carbon emissions from our school pool estate. So I think if elected members could indulge me a little bit and just allow me to bring the report, and then I think everything will become clear. But the PDP, as I see it, is more looking at where Falkirk Sport and Leisure Estate is in 5 years' time, whereas the report to council is how do we maximise income from our school pools estate. So I think the two can be done without getting too challenged.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. It's an observation more than a question. It's to do with page 26. ID 634, 635, 636 and 631 all indicate a reporting back by the 31st of January 2024 to full council. This appears to be a very substantial undertaking involving allocation of capital funding, evaluation of town hall status, community hall transfer progress, and with the report on the closure of school swimming pools already showing slippage. Councillor Murtagh has already alluded to the agenda papers today being 800 pages long and how we can't possibly be expected to take all the information of that on board. So the question is, are we confident that the activities just highlighted will be available by January of 24, and will the council be adequately prepared to make these difficult decisions? It's a fairly rhetorical question. I'm not looking for a specific answer, Provost, just an observation.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions on the rolling action log? No. Okay, so the next item of business we'll look at is the Bowness Recreation Centre. So there's been a deputation request made by Save Bowness Recreation Centre Group. Dorothy Ostachini and Robert Stewart are here from the group to address the council if the council agrees to hear them. So is the council agreed to hear the deputation?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now hear the deputation from Bowness Recreation Centre, and then it will be a time for questions to run after it, but no statements, but questions. Thank you. Okay, so welcome Dorothy and Stuart. You've got 10 minutes to put forward your statement. I don't know if you want to split it 5 minutes each or how you're going to do it. Maybe put your wee light on.
Well, I have a statement here that I'll try and make it the 10 minutes by.
It will be 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Can I say that we also emailed a presentation that we had for a public meeting in Bowness
last week with over 400 in attendance. That was emailed to you all this morning.
Yep.
And I also have paper copies if you prefer. Brian has these, and I also have a copy of this if you in paper if you wish as well.
Okay. Could you maybe bring your microphone a bit closer to yourself?
Okay. Is that any better?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay, go.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to start off just by saying that my presentation today is based on my presentation from the recent public meeting. The presentation here and then was based on the SPR, the relevant EPIA documents and answers to questions put to council officers. So I want to stick to facts as much as I can, as well as some local knowledge that you may not be aware of. I'm going to summarise many points, but I'm happy to answer questions. And basically, we are asking for BRC to remain open. However, we recognise the motion and a move to phase 3 will allow time for further scrutiny, consultation, assessment and all factors, as is required for this facility of significant community importance, and will also highlight how closure in 2025 would be especially damaging on several levels. I want to start off by looking at educational attainment. And I think it's imperative that we start looking at the issue from the point of view of the academy and the impact on the children's education. So the centre usage of the school and vice versa is of particular concern, and really even worse in 2025. The school, of course, in 2025, as you know, will still be in PFI or may have just recently come out. So no adaptations will have taken place. So therefore, most likely, no public access in daytime, again, as noted in the EPIA. So admissions, especially daytime admissions, a large proportion of our admissions are from the elderly and active fourth. So effectively, with no daytime classes, a big proportion of these admissions will effectively be cancelled. Therefore, these users excluded from services. They don't have the facility to travel or to come out in the evening, a lot of them. And again, let's be honest, with final payments required for this and other schools, funding issues, never-ending promises, 2025 again exacerbates. And I think it's very important to look at it from the perspective of supporting the academy and pupils. And I don't know how much council is aware. If you're not local, you probably won't. That the academy use the centre, and currently it averages 5 days a week using multiple facilities. And some of the reason appears to be insufficient sports and changing facilities in the school. Actually, a PE teacher shared that the academy is achieving very good results in their curriculum for PE currently, and they put that down to the centre, the facilities, the services, the support from staff, and they say that will be impacted. Their curriculum will be impacted. They used to use the pool in the centre, which they preferred. This is when they were in the old school, and he also commented that any public access to the school will really, even with a different entrance, it will be horrendous. It will be unsafe, and he basically hopes that he'll be retired by that time. And I think it's interesting for you also to hear what the council said to me in a response to this question. This is the council's own response. The academy uses the sports hall in the centre to enhance their PE programme on a regular basis throughout the week. As the venue is within the same service, there is no charge associated with the usage, no charge. The young people using the venue is welcomed as it gets them comfortable with the environment and encourages the use of the venue out with school hours. Indeed, this can be demonstrated with the highest number of Fitness Unlimited team members ever now using the centre on a regular basis. So remember, education is going to be affected. This is an aspect of statutory provision you could be voting to remove. And I will come back to the fact that the centre, the school usage counts to admissions, but not to centre income. Of course, it impacts on our so-called subsidy. And that's, you know, it's a wee bit dodgy there, to be honest. So the school using the centre is much easier. As you know, pupils go into the community all the time. There's all these risk assessments that go on. Other schools, the primary schools in Bowness also all use the centre. And funnily enough, they pay. Is that an admission that the school doesn't have enough facilities? Primary school pupils pay, secondary school don't. Funny. Anyway, but again, I want to repeat, it's an entirely different matter. Asking who knows who, the general public, strangers onto the campus, into the building. And of course, you know, post Dunblane, how dangerous that is, sadly. Or if you're saying it will be a case that they won't be available during the day, well, it's not a meaningful mitigation at all. And it's the one that you're putting forward in your EPIA. So essentially, it's going to impact again on the most vulnerable. And actually, without knowing it, you've created a community campus in Bowness. Let's celebrate and develop that. The academy being one of the most regular admissions to the centre. And the centre management are also noting that figures for usage admission, in Bowness are up on pre-COVID figures. So things are on the up. I also wanted to look at really supporting stronger and healthy communities. Your EPIA identifies that at least 50%, and I would say more, of the admissions in BRC are those with protected characteristics as identified in the EPIA. I just want to highlight just a couple of them. There's lots, obviously. Things like loss of specific venue impacts people with disabilities, young and elderly impacted due to ability to travel to alternative venue, public transport concerns, remember that one, availability, access, journey time, remember all them, and of course, physical and mental health issues, social isolation concerns. And very interestingly, when I looked at the papers for your meeting today, I know later on that you will have a report from the Health and Social Care Partnership. And things that I noted in that were things that they would be talking about. Access to care improves the way people access services. The importance of early intervention and prevention. GPs continue to be under pressure, and the importance of preventative health care highlighted. This is essentially active fourth. Now, our active fourth group in the centre is, for want of a better word, one of the most active in the council area. And active fourth works with referrals from GPs and other health professionals. Again,
2 minutes left, Dorothy.
Okay, right. Again, a statutory service impacted. And please read about fire, NHS, education, all saying bad for the community. Looking on to the building and the pool, you'll all know about the Scottish Facilities Swimming Project. We can go into that later. I know you spoke about pools there. Lots of classes, lots of clubs using here. I want you also to remember BRC, the excuse you're given is it's an old building. This building's older. And also, sorry, I want to consider the support that we're getting. An Easter programme widely advertised all around the area, done in Bowness. Reason given, oh, we haven't done it for 6 years. Historically, there wasn't a great uptake. No account taken of all the new houses, the growing and developing town and community in Bowness.
A minute left, Dorothy, if you could sum up, please.
Sum up, okay. I just want to sum up by, and I know you are concerned about balancing your budget, but here I was looking at just a wee quote here. I can give you more. Council requires to recognise both the capital funding deficit and the annual revenue subsidy and commit to mitigating these or making additional budgetary provisions. Sorry, that's about your new town hall. You're not balancing the budget there, are you? And I also want to look finally at the responsibility of local authorities. The Scottish Government told me responsibility of local authorities under the Local Government and Planning Act 1982 to ensure there is adequate provision of facilities for recreational, sporting, cultural and social activities. The EPIA again identifying issues with travel, public concerns. So telling us you've got a facility in Grangemouth, really, it doesn't cut it, does it?
That's your 10 minutes, Dorothy.
So, well, can I just finally say one last sentence, really? Look, we want to make it clear, you know, we wish all communities in the Falkirk area well, and we would like to see them supported to flourish. And of course, high-profile investments in buildings are great, but they cannot be at the expense of our communities' health and well-being, including the children, who frankly will be doubly hit through health and well-being and education. And remember, they are statutory provisions. As I say, a slightly neater version of this will be available to you later.
Thanks very much.
Question.
Thanks very much, Dorothy. Sure.
Sorry, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
So just sort of where you are. So we're going to open up for questions. Again, no statements, but questions for Dorothy and Stuart. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. To let you understand that it's the second time I've heard that deliberation because I took the time.
And we appreciate it.
To go to Bowness Town Hall. The wealthy emotion there was palpable. My question for you is, and I'm reflecting what the firemen who stood up at the meeting and said, and I think this is vitally important, that when we have these centres and when we have places for kids to go, there's less fire raising, and that I've spent all my life in community halls, 35 years as chairman of some and chairman of others, and it's vitally important because you can then get them to nursery classes right through to discos and whatever.
Yeah.
Can I ask your reflection on what the fireman at the time said, the Bowness Fire Station, about how much that centre is needed? But I'd also lay out a question, not yourself, but to members of the administration. Try attending some of these meetings. You'll find out what your constituents have to say.
Absolutely, I agree. Yes, we did actually have it was actually a fire a prevention officer came, who really, you know, sort of did flesh out what the stark words say here, because the report in the EPIA states that there will be an increase in willful fire raising as well as vandalism, and that is backed up, and again actually by another local fire officer who talks about their work with, I think it's Kim, the community police officer in Bowness Academy, about the instances, and actually a lot of instances, you know, when times like COVID, when the centre and facilities like that were closed, they saw a significant rise in this kind of, as you say, willful fire raising, petty vandalism. So it is a significant issue. It's not just a little word in an EPIA. It's real life.
Okay, thank you. Now go to Councillor Aitchison.
Yep, thanks, Provost. Thanks very much, Dorothy and Robert. I've only known you for a couple of months, and I don't know you particularly well, but I've got to know you in the last couple of months. And I know both of you use the recreation centre quite extensively and have for quite a long period of time.
Yeah.
In your knowledge, could you tell us about the level of groups, classes, activities that have been available?
Huge amounts of groups, and it's actually detailed in the public presentation. But just from mind, we've got Thai boxing, we've got jiu-jitsu, all in the combat studio. Actually, a lot of clubs using the pool, because it actually, and it is in the report here, I wasn't able to get time to highlight it. Bowness the pool in Bowness Recreation Centre is actually unique in the Falkirk area. It's the only one with a 3-metre deep end. It's a proper tiled pool. It's not like the polythene pools that in the school. We've got swimming, we've got diving, we've got sabaka, we've got all this. our clubs, our associations. Oh my goodness, almost too many. But we've got badminton, we've got the over 50 social club, everything from all these things, and a lot of us say active force. But there is again in the sorry, I'm shuffling in papers
Sorry,
about
Dora,
here. There is a lot of information about the clubs in here as well, extensively used by club and social groups.
And how have you found the availability of these groups to public? As to my knowledge, groups have been withdrawn from Bowness Recreation Centre. And
that was the point I was about to make. There are certain classes that were running Bowness previously have been moved to other centres, like Grangemouth, for example. I don't know who's behind moving that or who's taking that decision, but that's the simplest way of explaining supply and demand, is you can't have any demand if there's no supply.
Mm-hmm. Can I just add to that? Robert, adult swimming classes are currently being advertised. You can come to Grangemouth, you can come to the Mariners, you can't come to Bowness, there ain't none. The children's swimming classes, until recently, parents were being actively cajoled, persuaded to come to Grangemouth and the Mariners, and this is by Falkirk Sports Development. I'm very sorry to say, until recently, actually, it was their independent councillor who intervened after a lot of complaints, and actually the centre tell me now that places are starting to be filled. But there's still some places if you're interested. And actually, this just highlights it. Classes for the week between Christmas and New Year, they're starting to come out. So you're talking, classes, jiu-jitsu, body balance, the whole kit and caboodle. I'll give you the numbers that are available. So here we are. The Mariners have 12 classes available. Grangemouth have 14 classes available. Stenhousemuir have 15 classes available. Bowness has 3. So, for us, excuses of a historical uptake, they just don't take account of the hugely influencing factor. Bowness is very much a growing town, significant house building, obviously adding to your coffers as well, being completed and not ongoing. And you can see why we are concerned that this lack of support and non-promotion of services is possibly a strategy to run down admissions and then further justify the closure of BRC.
Again, there's not a lack of demand. There is a lack of availability.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks for highlighting the inequality. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Dot and Stuart, for that. Dot or Stuart, could you answer this now? My kind of round trip during the day when I want to use a sauna or a pool is approximately 22 miles coming from my ward, which is Denny and Banknock. And there's 4 councillors here for that ward, and there's 3 for a neighbouring ward, which distance is about the same. Can you tell me how far you have to travel to here, Grangemouth, for the facilities, or indeed Lithgowick site? And do you know how many people from Bowness actually use those facilities?
I don't know how many people use these facilities. I know it's 15 miles from Grangemouth, and I also know that your own EPIA judged over 50% of our admissions are impacted by their ability to travel to alternative venues. And your own EPIA again identifies public transport concerns. I'm not sure what the transport from Banknock is, and obviously availability, access, journey time. So I wish Banknock well, and hey, ask them, you get fighting for your community.
Yeah, just there was a councillor mentioned inequality, and I think there's a bit of that here in Falkirk, and that's why we've actually got a PDP to look at the overall picture and what we have here in Falkirk and sport and leisure, and correct what we have wrong. So it's, the model doesn't fit here.
And sorry, can I just add that I think that again feeds into the motion here, where not only have we moved to phase 3, but there's appropriate research and reports come back, because our concern what was perhaps in March that we were grouped together with a huge amount of buildings of different types, different uses, everything from cemetery storage up to us. And we didn't feel that we were allowed to, for that appropriate scrutiny and as I say, perhaps sharing of public knowledge and public information about how much the academy uses the school. you know, again, it's
I
impacting
don't think anybody asked you a question on that.
No,
Sorry?
Provost, did I get the distances from Bowness and Lithgow? I'm not sure what it is. Is it 3 miles or something?
Could you answer that? You got any idea what the distance is to Bowness?
Bowness to Lithgow is about 3 miles, yes.
Thank you.
One way.
Okay. Any other?
I
Councillor
don't,
Hannah.
I don't have information on who uses Excite, in all honesty.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I want to apologise for not having been at your meeting. I had problems with family that I wasn't able to attend.
Thank you for responding, though. We did acknowledge that. Thank you.
But what I wanted to ask you was about, I mean, since I live and represent the Breeze, I'm very well aware of the access difficulties and the problems of getting from one part of the area to another. But what I wanted to ask you about was the COVID figures. You said that the pre-COVID figures and the current figures for usage, current figures exceed pre-COVID figures.
Well,
do you have that in your presentation? Do you have the actual figures?
I don't have the actual figures, I'm afraid. But that was what centre management said. So again, it would be useful for, I think, for the council to get that. Also note that in your EPIA, the figures, you know, it was the figures that they were working on in the SPR were 21, 22 figures. And the EPIA again, it noted that it was expected and predicted that figures for 22-23 would have risen by 42%. So again, that was your prediction that obviously figures would be going up. And as I say, you know, and I can only say that this is what centre management have said, and you would have to verify that actually that appears to have been exceeded, and it's as I say more than pre-COVID figures. Right.
Thank you for that.
But I don't have actual figures, I'm afraid. No.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks to Robert and Dot for their presentation today. It's been very helpful. What I want to know, I know the two of you actually attend several days a week the centre for activities, and you have spoken to a lot of people. What is the feeling from the folk that are using the centre just now? Because we have been told that, oh, we can, when it closes, the centre closes, we'll go to the high school, we'll use the swimming pool there. I've got my reasons for saying it's not going to work, but is anyone for it that actually uses the swimming pool in the centre or any of the other activities within?
Well,
sorry.
Have you had anybody saying,
yes,
actually,
going
to that high school?
Actually, no, we haven't had that. We actually have quite a growing collection of letters from individuals and clubs who are really concerned about this impact. Unfortunately, I can't share them all with you today. I do have two examples if you want to hear some excerpts of it. I'm in the process of redacting names and things like, as you can imagine, from all the people who really are concerned. Obviously, as you say, the pool in the centre isn't appropriate. It isn't actually going to be available, in all honesty. You know, it's obviously the school use it during the day. So again, we're not sure how again the elderly and the most vulnerable are going to access that during the day. Probably not, but by the looks of things, it's also used actually. The swimming club use it, I think, for some of their the younger swimming lessons, although the swimming club also use the centre again, well, especially on a Thursday night and other times. And actually clubs like First Swimming, which I think is the elite swimmers, they choose Bowness. They swim there very early in the morning. But many clubs here, I've got one here from the Fourth Tiger, Mao Thai Boxing. You know, and he's saying, you know, that they run classes, or that their club has events for juniors and then later on for seniors. And he's, you know, just a rough random quote here: the people losing out would be the kids and adults who come along each week to train at our club. Where else in Bowness are they going to go for physical exercise and a chance to be part of our club? If the recreation was to close down, I personally think it would be a huge blow for the community of Bowness. Parents aren't going to let their kids jump on a bus to go to Grangemouth Sports Complex, or indeed Excite. You know what it's like over the, the school, tea, club, bed type program. And of course, it'll be, an issue with that. Actually, this one is from an 84-year-old woman, and it is not untypical. I can tell you this is not untypical about the concerns I'm hearing. I'm an 84-year-old woman attending active fourth classes at Bowness Recreation Centre. I have been using the centre for over 40 years, and the place has been a lifeline for me and my family over this time. Not only do the classes keep me fit and supple, meaning my reliance on the GP is significantly reduced, note that one, but as a person living alone, it is a real social occasion for me. I have met new people and have fun while exercising. I need to attend classes that are local and during the day, as I don't want to venture out in the dark. She's 84, so you can imagine, and I'm at an age where I only drive locally. I really hope that all the new families arriving in Bowness will have the same opportunity to maintain their health and well-being locally like I have. And she ends with the underlining, I need the sports centre. And, if you invite us back or if you wish, I've got a whole lot that I'm busy scanning in to redact, and because obviously I can't share.
Well, thanks very much, Dorothy. I think elected members, I've seen a number of these this morning. They've been circulated, people getting in touch, asking us to consider them. So I'd like to thank you, Stuart, for your representation, and I hope you feel
thank you.
You and the people you represent have had adequate time in front of the council to put your case. So thanks very much for your time. If you could take your seat now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
So we'll now break for a recess to discuss the amendments that are going about. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. Now go to Councillor Aitchison to move his motion on the Bowness Centre.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, we're asking council to move Bowness Recreation Centre closure and SPR from phase 2 to phase 3.
Could you bring your microphone?
Given officers the opportunity to go and look at income maximisation, energy efficiencies, and to make Bowness Recreation Centre more workable for both the council and the residents of Bowness. I will say I'm got a wee bit of stuff prepared, and I will say unfortunately it's quite similar to Mrs. Ostacini, so I do apologise. You will probably be hearing some things again, but I think it's quite important for people to hear. The loss of Bowness Recreation Centre would cause huge implication for residents' well-being and financial loss. Used by all age groups, Bowness Recreation Centre helps children to develop a sense of community and allows them to participate in sport both individually and in a group, developing healthy lifestyle habits. Should this facility be withdrawn, there is a high risk of antisocial behaviour from youngsters who have little to do or places to go. And again, as Mrs. Ostacini says, that was highlighted by the fire safety officers, and it's also been highlighted in the EPIA. Loss of accessible facilities, and I mean that both physically and geographically, for our more mature and or disabled residents will undoubtedly lead to significantly poorer physical and mental health outcomes, which will increase pressure on both the health and the social care services in the longer term. For a variety of reasons, many residents will find it extremely difficult to travel further afield to access facilities. Now, during the SNP conference in Aberdeen a few weeks ago, Marie Todd, the SNP Minister for Social Care, Mental Wellbeing and Sport, commented at an event by the Scottish Swimming held in Aberdeen at the same time that swimming is unique, as well as being a life-enhancing skill, giving children the confidence they need to flourish and achieve their full potential. The value and return on investment from swimming cannot be underestimated. At the same event, Ewan Lowe, the Chief Executive Officer of Scottish Swimming, commented, "We know that some pools are ageing and nearing the end of their lifespan. There are plans in place to build new facilities, but we need to keep existing pools open for the benefit of local communities and for a fairer, more equal society. Decisions around leisure facilities are not just about the here and now, but the impact on future generations. Perhaps maybe that some of the administration and officers should liaise with Ms Todd to see what can be done to maintain Bowness Recreation Centre or indeed upgrade it. On a wider scale, the potential loss of the 25-metre in length pool with a depth of 3 metres at its deepest will limit options for swimmers to progress their skills, just like Duncan Scott, who trained at Bowness Recreation Centre as a youngster before becoming a gold medalist at the European, World, Commonwealth Championships and also Olympics. We should be promoting this achievement, not withdrawing facilities. And we'll say indeed there was a picture of Duncan Scott in Bowness Recreation Centre, but mysteriously has disappeared in the last few months. Nobody knows why or where. The depth of the pool also allows for scuba diving to take place. This is a facility that not many places in Scotland can accommodate. So again, we should promote this rather than making our residents travel further afield should the pool close. With the extension to phase 3 of the SPR, this would allow officers to create new ideas for income maximisation and perhaps also restore some of the previous exercise groups that were stopped in Bowness and transferred to Grangemouth, with, I'm led to believe, fewer participants. Indeed, at the moment, if you inquire about swimming lessons at Bowness, you're directed to Grangemouth Sports Complex despite there being availability in Bowness. Bowness simply just wants a fair crack of the whip from Falkirk Council. Bowness Academy have been using the pool for their PE curriculum, again, as stated by Mrs Ostacini. Having spoken to people at the Recreation Centre, the Academy have been using it for 11 sessions per week. Now, in the Academy timetable, there's 32 sessions a week. So basically, we're talking about a third of the week. The Academy have to use the sports facilities within Bowness Recreation Centre to fulfil their PE curriculum. Is this something that we want to stop? You know, if the centre is no longer there, where do our school students receive some of the physical education, or will they become limited in options and opportunity, thereby decreasing individual choice and also limit participation, which could potentially increase obesity in our young people? We need to use the sports facility. We need to work together to get it going. Indeed, also, as Mrs Ostacini had said, all these sessions at the school have been using the recreation centre, have not been getting paid. Perhaps now it's moved to a different service, into place service, that charges will start happening, and that will increase the income into Bowness Recreation Centre. Cost analysis of the building and energy saving options should be looked at by Falkirk Council within the 1-year extension to make it possible for the facility to continue to provide a service for residents of Bowness and Blackness and also the many who travel from out with the area. The sum of £1,012,000 was stated as the cost to run Bowness Recreation Centre for the year, which would present a huge obstacle for Falkirk Council. We totally appreciate that. However, if you break down that figure, 800,000 of that comes onto staffing costs. With staff initially being offered redeployment should Bowness Recreation Centre close, Falkirk Council would not be saving this £800,000 money. This would only leave a gap of circa 200,000, which I'm sure the ingenuity from council officers could be reduced further, whilst continue to provide a good level of leisure facilities within our community. I speak on behalf of myself, and I have to highlight the absolutely massive input from our independent representative from Bowness, Anne Ritchie. She has been fought tirelessly on this subject and done a hell of a lot of work. So on behalf of us and also the residents of Bowness and Blackness, we ask for support in this motion for officers to look into how we can achieve a cost-effective, efficient facility that will provide many more years of well-being and friendship to the people of Bowness and Blackness. Thank you.
Okay, have you read your motion out? Oh, you did it start. Okay, I must have missed that. Sorry. You got a seconder?
Provost, I'd like to second on Councillor Steinbach's behalf, if possible, although probably not quite as eloquently as he would. Firstly, I would like to thank the deputation speakers, whose insight has been invaluable in this discussion today. So many thanks to those who have come along. Much appreciated. In our local heat and energy efficiency strategy approved in October, we were informed that we applied for external funding for other properties at risk from the SPR. This approach correctly acknowledges the fact that prospective community organisations do not lack the will to maintain their facilities for community use, but that in some cases we need to take all preemptive action before any transfer or alternative solution can be possible to facilitate these buildings becoming more efficient. The council area leading level of usage for the Bowness Recreation Centre, the passion of the public meeting last week showed, and the strong consultation responses from the community shows that the community will see this facility remain open. From costs other than staff, the inflation impacted energy costs make it a clear candidate for further exploration to find funding wherever possible to keep it more energy efficient and sustainable as a building. The SPR report in March detailed substantial usage of the centre, with the annual admissions in the hundreds of thousands, but also a subsidy per admission. While not outside the mean for council properties need to be narrowed to ensure the financial sustainability regardless of who ends up with the ultimate ownership. This is why we have asked for a report looking at options to narrow the subsidy level by exploring income generation and cost reduction options. There is a clear community interest in this facility being maintained. The second most consultation responses in the March report and 3 times more directly from residents than any other property in the SPR besides the Bowness Town Hall. I, Ewan, attended a public meeting on the 29th of November to gauge the community feeling. It is an understatement to say that there remains a substantial passion for maintaining this facility. Any alternative delivery model and development of partnership to maintain this facility must be urgently looked at. That requires the facility to be maintained in a state in which those partnerships can be viably created. What is being asked for in this motion is that a longer-term timetable like the other Phase 3 properties is developed, and that we understand not only what it takes to maintain the Bowness Recreation Centre sustainably, but what options need to be taken in order to make that a reality. And that we need to restart from a position of saying that this facility is something which we wish to see remain available for the people of Bowness. We must all acknowledge that for the long-term sustainability...
A minute left, Councillor.
No problem. We must all acknowledge that for the long-term sustainability of a multi-use spaces for our communities to meet and run fairs and fun days, for folks to exercise and sports teams to deliver the success in this council area is capable, that we must give it a fair shot at maintaining Bowness Recreation Centre. Thank you, Provost, and I hope I've done Councillor Steinbach justice.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn. Do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
No amendment. Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
We have an amendment, Provost. Like the previous speakers, I'd like to thank the deputation for coming along to give us the review on the Bowness Recreation Centre. I have many friends who live in Bowness, are born and bred Bowness, who use the facility frequently, but they understand the financial restraints that the council have, and they would like an opportunity to try and address some of the concerns like the deputation brought forward. So our amendment is, Provost. Council recognises the important role that the Bowness Recreation Centre plays in empowering the community of Bowness and Blackbraes, whilst always acknowledging the difficult financial position the council is in, and therefore believes that a decision regarding the future of the Bowness Recreation Centre be made only when all relevant information is available. The report above should include a full breakdown of all income and expenditure of Bowness Recreation Centre. 2, a full business plan from the council to maximise income for the Bowness Recreation Centre, including revenue income from school use. 3, a full breakdown of the investment required to maintain the building in the future years. 4, the impact it will have on the community groups who are currently use the building if the council were to close. 5, the cost current users will occur if travelling to obtain similar services in the event of closure. And 6, a detailed plan about any new facility in Bowness that would replace the Bowness Recreation Centre if the facility closed. We just want to get all the information, Provost, before any decision is made. We know this is a lifeline for some people in Bowness, and we understand, like the other buildings that are up for the SPR, no investment has been done in them for many, many years. And I'm not criticising anybody. Just as a council, we haven't put that investment in. And if we had, we might not have been having this conversation. So that's our amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder?
I'm happy to second, Provost. I visited Bowness Recreation Centre on Monday with Stephen Kerr, MSP, and what struck me was the fact that the facilities at the recreation centre are very good. It doesn't look like a building on its last knees, and I would have great difficulty in not giving the people of Bowness every chance to keep this building open, and that's why I believe it's common sense to seek all the information that we have requested for in our amendment before we take such a decision. And it's also important that we have details about any future facility. It's right that that is being considered in the event of closure, but that is a very big decision to make to close, and we can't just do it without much information. We need to have a vision, a plan, and details about that, and how long the people of Bowness would be without such facilities in the event of a new facility. So that would be very important to have before any decision was made. And it also is right that all information is given, because earlier in the SPR process, the Conservatives put forward an amendment regarding community halls, understanding the important role that they play in our communities, empowering communities. And when I went to Bowness Recreation Centre on Monday, every person that I spoke to mentioned community, and it's not right with me and my conscience to speed this process ahead without full consideration, and that's why the Conservatives have put forward the amendment that we have. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. I'll just go back to Councillor Richardson before I go to the Leader of the Council. Have you any comment to make on that at all?
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I'm quite happy to accept it as an addendum to our motion. I don't think it changes anything material to the original motion. It just asks for some more specific, just gives some specific questions to ask. So I'd be quite happy to accept that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll go to Councillor Nicholson.
We're happy to agree with the Conservative motion.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay. The seconder of your motion, Councillor Patterson, you want to accept that?
Yeah, I think it doesn't materially change anything that's put forward in the motion, so happy to accept that as an addendum.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moody will summarise.
Thank you, Provost. And we have the motion moved and seconded. Members of the council will have heard the amendment moved and seconded, and the fact that the mover and seconder of the motion are prepared to accept that amendment. So effectively, we now have one motion as amended before the council, and no further amendment has been moved to that.
Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. Next item of business is agenda item 5, replacement town hall project, pages 29 to 44 on your agenda, and we'll go to Mr. Kedrick.
Thank you, Provost. The purpose of this report is to update elected members on the actions taken following council decision on the 23rd of May 2023 regarding the replacement of Falkirk Town Hall Arts Centre project. The main recommendations are set out in the report, and the main ones are to note the progress on the acquisition and the intention to finalise the purchase of Calendar Square and the Antonine Hotel in January 2024. And notes that the demolition of the site is currently subject to tender, with demolition expected to progress early in 2024. Members are asked to agree that offers progress the necessary actions, including the preparation of a statement of reasons for the promotion of a compulsory purchase to acquire any remaining interests required to secure vacant possession of the buildings and land required for the delivery of the project. But Council is also asked to note that the interim outline business case has been submitted or is about to be submitted to Scottish and national governments as part of the Falkirk growth deal, and notes that activities and outline timescales will be progressed in relation to design, construction costs and operational costs, and that these will be reported upon to Council as the final outline business case, affordability cap and operating models are finalised. And recognition of those costs are that at present there is an approximate capital deficit of approximately £6.5 million and a projected subsidy for the new facility of £200,000 per annum, both of which will need to be mitigated or budgeted for by the council as we progress the delivery of the project. And finally, to note that the former municipal buildings town hall complex site is now progressing to be marketed with offers following evaluation to be considered at a future council executive. I won't go through the report in detail, Provost. Sections 5.1 to 5.6 outline the acquisition approach that's been adopted and the issues that have been encountered there. We've also highlighted from 5.7 to 5.9 the process that we will have for demolition of the building, and from 5.10 to 5.12 the site assembly and compulsory purchase order considerations, including consideration of the aspects in relation to the masts and the historic nature of the site. In relation to the business case and on the finance, these are outlined from 5.13 through to 5.17, and as highlighted in the Appendix 1, there is further work to be done in relation to the costs. In terms of the next steps, these are highlighted from 5.18, and I would draw your attention to the table which highlights the 4 phases of the project as we progress and the key stages in that. And would note that the intention is for us to be commissioning and fit out from autumn 2027 with the view to being open in November 2027. And In conclusion, I would just like to highlight that there has clearly been a lot of progress made. I would like to thank colleagues for their efforts in progressing these, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick. We're going to go to Councillor Meiklejohn. Do you have a motion?
Thank you. Yes, I'll move the papers, Provost. I'm pleased to see this update report, and I thank Mr. Kettrick and his team for the huge amount of work that they've been doing on this. And his team seem to have the bulk of the work right now in all areas, but it's good to see that things are progressing. And now that we've seen that the municipal buildings and the old town hall have come down, the site marketed, people will start to actually see movement that they can identify with the decisions of council having made. Following the agreement to purchase Calendar Square, works have been ongoing to acquire the site, which should be handed over by the end of this year. I know that people are keen to see progress, particularly those in the town centre, are quite excited by what's happening. And I'm sure that when the Harris fencing goes up, people will be starting to ask questions. And I think we need to make sure that we have some clear communications. And I think today, and this update report will be the basis for that. Again, once the demolition begins, people will start to see the landscape change. We now have a draft timeline, but recognise that that's heavily caveated, as there are a number of variables that will have to be worked through before it can be more robust. But we have something to work towards. Recognising that before the whole site can be demolished, there are issues in terms of the telecoms masts, and they need to safeguard the council's interests, and that's why the proposal is for a CPO, and to have that sitting in the background available to us should we require that. Costs are hugely important, and while we have a contribution from the growth deal, it will continue to be an important factor going forward. But at this stage, they are indicative. And the formal design process will require to be gone through and developed along with a business case in order that we do have those robust costs. And there may well be some choices that we then have to make, recognising that we are still in a period of very high inflation, and borrowing is still a significant challenge. It is, however, a critical step in the regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre, and that's created a lot of anticipation within our communities and indeed with our town centre and retailers. Hopefully it will act as a much needed catalyst for other investment, and that gives us opportunities to work with partners. We know that there will be challenges in delivering such an ambitious project, but however we are committed to delivering it and ensure that we see something that is created that everyone can benefit for a long time. I'm happy to move the report, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meiklejohn. Have we got a seconder?
Thank you, Provost. Yes, happy to second this. It's good to see projects moving forward under the current administration. It's good to see what can happen when councils actually work together for the better of Falkirk. Thank you, Provost. Happy to second.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Go to Councillor Hannah. Do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Provost. I have no amendment, just like remover and seconder. Very glad to see the progress that's being made, and thank you to Mr. Kettrick and the council officers who have put a tremendous amount of work into this, and it's much appreciated.
Thank you. We'll go Councillor Kerr.
No amendment, Provost, but I'd just like to thank Mr. Kettrick for the briefings that he gave. They were very informative and very useful, and answered a lot of questions. And like the leaders here stated, the people in Falkirk would have liked to have seen this happen before the town hall came down, but the way it happened, it's happened. And I'm glad that the Falkirk Conservatives were pinnacle to this happening as well. Just to let everybody know that we gave thought to what the people of Falkirk were saying, and I'm glad it's come to fruition. Provost, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. There are none aligned to no amendment, but we do have a question. Couple of questions, if that's okay.
Okay, well, when we open up the debate, you can come. Councillor Buchanan, did you want to come in there? Did you have an amendment or what was it? Can't hear you.
Provost?
I can hear you.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Is it okay? Is a man taking Councillor Spears's time slot at the moment?
Aye, well, I'm just going to open up for discussion. So we'll open up for discussion and we'll go to Councillor Spears first, then we'll come to yourself.
Thank you very much, Provost.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start by thanking everybody who's helped us so far with the different models we've adopted for working it, and I hope a lot of these models are removed when we get a new town hall. But I was very interested when the leader of the administration and the deputy leader said there's much ongoing and we're moving forward. Originally, we asked a lot of questions regarding the finance on the foundations of this building because I don't think the foundations have been as secure as they could have been for the present Calendar Square. So I'd really like an update that we didn't get at the briefing regarding the investigations that are ongoing to the substructure and what the cost will be. I don't know if this is right, but I have somewhere in my mind 7.5 million was quoted the last time this question was asked.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Mr. Ketrick for an answer.
Thank you, Provost. As members will be aware from the previous report when we chose Calendar Square, the issue of the foundations was raised then, and the position remains, while slightly progressed, very similar in that until we demolish the building and undertake our full extensive site investigations, we are working from historic information, and our experience to date is that historic information may be inaccurate as we work through some of the issues that we've encountered in the building, but we will be reporting on the full construction costs as part of the outline business case. Needless to say, the costs that we have estimated are based on a substantial contingency allowed for the foundations, because we do recognise that site was the old Calendar rigs and does have a number of challenges in relation to its ground conditions.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions, Councillor Spears?
No, it's just the analogy of the last time is you don't build a house on sand. So we really need to know if we have a sure foundation before a lot of this can progress. So I would imagine the debate will be ongoing.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. And I got my, during the break, IT got the camera on, so very thanks to them. Provost, as I have previously stated, I have major concerns on this whole project. I feel it is very, very risky, and despite assurances to the contrary, the situation in terms of fulsome engineering and structural reports lack full detailed analysis. This could end in this council being debt-ridden. We are well aware of the huge rise in construction materials and labour, therefore with no indication in this situation going anywhere but up in terms of costs, what's proposed in terms of financial costs for this project could fall severely short. And that's not counting extra finance once the project starts. The main issue of parking is also a major problem that's not been fully addressed. To increase footfall in the high street is one of the major factors. But to be frank and honest, what's there at the moment is totally inadequate. There is a total lack of infrastructure. The issue of the proposed sell-off of the former town hall and municipal building sites is to me really, really concerning. What's been discussed in terms of financial contribution fall well below what should be brought in to the council coffers. But to conclude, I would say quite clearly that the officers have worked tremendously hard over a lengthy period of time to bring forward these reports to council, but it is my opinion that there are far too many risks associated with this proposal, and it makes so much sense to build what is required on the existing site we still retain. I know that maybe I am a lone voice in this, but as the years progress, I do hope that the project becomes successful, but because of my major concerns, I cannot support this, and I would state quite clearly that my total opposition to what's proposed in all forthcoming reports on this project, and time will tell what's happened so far. So I'm quite happy to put an amendment again forward that because of what I've stated within this summary, that this proposal then is taken out of the equation.
I think it would be helpful, Provost, to just to clarify the precise nature of the amendment from Councillor Buchanan. So there are a number of recommendations in the report which are noting reports, noting recommendations. The only positive recommendation is to agree with CPO provisions. So I'm a bit unclear as to the precise project that's been taken out of the equation. Is it specifically the CPO aspect, or is this seeking to reverse the whole proposal for the town hall?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moody and Provost. It's exactly what I brought forward the last time. Take the whole project out. As I say, I might be a lone voice crying in the wilderness, but I've got to put my thoughts forward to this council. So it is that I would take the whole proposal out of the equation and then go back to start with our own site at the municipal building site.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? I don't see a seconder, so the amendment will fall. Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you very much, and thanks everybody for the consideration.
Thank you. So, any other questions? Councillor Nimmo. Oh, Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks, Provost. I've still got concerns about the costs. It just seems to be going up, and then later on in the report, it's actually saying £200,000 a year loss that we're going to actually be looking at. Now, I don't know if this is a good idea to me. Oh, right, has that been lowering your hand? Right, that's it. I'm worried. I have got to say, we're talking about we're closing this building, we're closing that building, including the recreation centre. We've just been given a reprieve for a year, but to say that £200,000 a year, we're going to have a loss in this every year when it's built, that we're going to £600,000 of the Kelpies. Now, this got brought up at our meeting last week, our public meeting. That's £800,000 a year we are losing with two things in Falkirk. Are we all happy with that? That all our areas are going to be take more and more off us just to give something to Falkirk, when we have places within our own areas. Bowness Town Hall, Grangemouth Town Hall, the Dobie Hall is doing a great job now. And I just feel at this time, should we not be saying, see, until things are better, till building costs are coming down, should we not be thinking, let's stop this now? I'm not saying stop it completely. What I'm saying is, hold on a minute here, because I know people in Bowness aren't happy that we are under threat at the recreation centre, but we are still going to spend at least 59 million on a new town hall office. It just, and it will rise. We all know it's going to rise, the building costs and whatever. I just feel we should be taking a wee step back and thinking what we're doing here. But I know nobody will support me, so I'll not put a motion, but I just want my feelings to be heard that I can't vote for this. until I know what's going on and more costs.
Provost, I've got a 19-1.
19-1.
And it's just to correct what was said there, that around the Kelpies losing £600,000. The Kelpies are actually Scottish Canals, and that previous statement had caused significant concern among Scottish Canals and their board, and we were contacted as a result of that. So we need to make that clear that the Kelpies are not losing £600,000. The £600,000 is in relation to maintaining and managing the Helix Park, which is a 5-star facility, which will always require investment. And just that the £200,000 for the new town hall is a revenue cost, which will always have a revenue cost in order to deal with the running of the facilities. It also contains a civic function, and I think that is something that has been forgotten within this building as well. Thank you, Provost.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Please, my apologies, Councillor McCabe.
Oh, that's fine, Provost. Thank you. I'm going to echo comments that have been made by Councillor McCannon and Councillor Ritchie. I've got some questions as well. I'll start with them first of all. Page 31, recommendations 7 and 8. We're forecasting a deficit of approximately £6.5 million in capital and approximately £200,000 per annum in revenue. Are these sums included within the current projected council budget shortfalls?
Mr. Keswick.
The short answer, Provost, is no, hence why we have highlighted in the report the need to either mitigate these or have them budgeted for by the council.
Thank you, Mr. Kedrick. Can I ask what the estimated return is on the old municipal site? Just a rough figure, Paul.
We had it valued by the district valuer, and they have estimated approximately £5 to £6 million could be achieved depending on the density of the house and the scope of the planning brief and off-site works that are required. So there's a number of variables in there, but once we expose it to the open market, we will have in effect that willing buyer, willing seller price, which will then come back to elected members for consideration.
Thank you, Paul. And if we can turn to page 38 now, the General Services Capital Programme allocation of £47 million, and the assumption that the council will source the growth deal support of £6 million gives us total project costs are estimated at 59.5, which shows us a £6.5 million shortfall. Where is the financing of this shortfall envisaged? We have yet to see detailed designs, and as previously reported, there are significant risks associated with construction inflation that could increase the deficit. How can council be confident that these proposals are adequately resourced, and what is the fallback position if we do incur these additional costs? I'd refer you to page 40. Section 7.12.3, which details some of the risks that are involved.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. In terms of the construction inflation, there is, it's been widely reported traditional model as we had at the town hall, where the council manages and operates the accommodation. We are looking to include library, heritage, advocacy and support facilities within this building. These do not generate revenue by their very nature, and therefore there is a cost implication that could be associated with it. As part of the business case development as we go forward, we need to look at opportunities to reduce that, whether that is through increasing the commercialisation of the other aspects of the building and they would subsidise it. As I would say at this stage though, we're really looking to note the progress that's being made in securing the site and to seek approval to progress with the compulsory purchase aspects. That is what we're seeking at this stage.
Thank you, Paul. I'll just close out by going to paragraph 7.9, where we talk of a dedicated project team. It will expand to include a senior project manager, a construction manager, a clerk of works and technical support. That all sounds horrendously expensive to me. Do we know how much such expertise will cost the council? And this is before the addition of external professional and technical consultants. This is in danger of running away before we even set off on this journey. I've got major concerns, and I'm echoing Councillor Buchanan and Councillor Ritchie's concerns too, Provost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Berry for a response.
Thank you, Provost. Can I make the point that effectively this report highlights that the council is about to purchase an asset for about £1 million, and that is the valuation of that asset, and that council has given its agreement for us to progress a project to develop this up. We will bring back costings about what the construction of this new venue will be. And at that point, elected members will have a fully informed decision about whether they want to invest. But at the moment, the risk to the council is negligible because we're purchasing an asset for £1 million that's worth £1 million. And if you, at a later stage, decide you don't want to progress with the project, then we can dispose of that asset. But I really just seek to reassure elected members in the chamber that this is not exposing the council to high risk. This is us progressing in a professional approach as instructed by council, and we will bring back an informed report for you to make a proper decision about at the right appropriate moment.
Obviously, if I could just respond to that. I accept what you're saying, Mr. Benny, that it's £1 million asset. It's costing us £1 million. That's perfectly acceptable. That's if we just to leave things there and there, and then we have this asset which we could then try and sell for £1 million or whatever. But this is not about just buying an asset for £1 million. This is about a town hall update. We're setting off in this venture, as I say. That's the concerning thing to me. So the council is at risk. Yeah, sure, come back in January and we decide, as Councillor Buchanan alluded to, we don't go ahead with it and we return to the municipal site. That's fine. Then all of this risk is taken away. I'm just trying to highlight to the council the level of risk that's coming up if we do continue down the route. But thanks, Mr. Benny. I appreciate your input there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I don't know if this is a 19.1, but it was implied that people in this chamber were arguing that the Kelpies were making a financial loss and not the Helix Park. But I've got my quote in the Falkirk Herald, which says, "I was shocked to discover at today's Falkirk Council meeting that the Helix Park is making a financial loss of £600,000. And then on Twitter, I put Helix Park is making a financial loss of £600,000. Not to my memory have I ever indicated that it were the Kelpies, and I think it's important to put that on record."
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
I'll clarify that. It was a Daily Record headline.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a motion moved and seconded on the Town Hall project. No amendments, so can we agree on recommendations?
Agreed.
My apologies. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Sorry, I have had my light on for a wee while.
Sorry.
No problem. Just wanted to say thank you for the report. I think I do have a lot of sympathy with some of the concerns being raised by fellow councillors about the costs and about the risks. But I think we have to remember that this was a democratically made decision that we would take this forward. The disposal of the closure and disposal of the town hall was not something that Falkirk Labour supported, but it was a democratically made decision of the administration with the support of the Conservatives, and we have to live with that. So I think we have to move forward and make the best of the circumstances that we have. The one thing that I would ask of Mr. Kettrick is, in terms of the design of the building, I think it is important that as much consideration is given to income generation, so that we can, as far as possible, make whatever the building design ultimately is as cost effective as possible. And I assume that that will be part of the design.
As part of our business case process, we will be looking to ensure that not only is the space flexible and can be utilised morning, noon and night to maximise the revenues, but also the approach to our management looks to keep the costs to an absolute minimum to mitigate those risks.
Okay, thank you. So can we agree with recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, Regeneration Fund update, pages 45 to 61 on your agenda papers, and it'll be Mr. McGuinness that's speaking to it.
Thank you, Provost. What members have in front of them today is a report to provide an update on Falkirk Council's progress with the Regeneration Fund agreed at Council on 1st of March 2023. Members agreed to commit £1 million of Regeneration Fund for our smaller settlements. The report includes an update on the current position of the former Royal Hotel in Slamanan, as well as an update on the priority projects across Bonnybridge and Slamanan. The recommendation is to note the progress with projects under the Regeneration Fund, including the hotel and the former hotel and the Battle of Falkirk signage. Agrees that the projects listed at sections 5.4.1 and 5.4.2 on this report will be prioritised for funding under the Regeneration Fund application of reserves, and agrees to delegate responsibility to the Director of Police Services in consultation with Chief Financial Officer to draw down the budget from reserves to allocate to the projects once the costs are detailed and confirmed. There's been extensive consultation, you'll see at section 6, with our communities, particularly in Bonnybridge and Slamanan, to identify a short list of projects. We started with a long list and identified a short list of projects which we are looking to take forward. I would draw members' attention to section 5.4, just to note that these are indicative costs at this stage and they will be thoroughly tested, and a feasibility study will be taken to ensure that these are affordable and deliverable. It's also important to note that once we have got those detailed costs, that maybe all the projects may not be affordable within the available budget, and should that be the case, officers will engage with the local, continue to engage with the local community and stakeholders to prioritise the projects within the budget available. In terms of the former Slamanan Hotel, the Royal Hotel, officers from asset management are making good progress with the KLTR in terms of the transfer of that facility over to the council. We've allocated a notional £140,000. However, we believe that the transition of the land that the hotel sits on will be for a nil value, as identified in the report earlier this year. The plan is to demolish the former hotel to bring the site back into economic use. We will grass it over and bring it back into use for the community, and we'll continue to work with the community to look at potential improvements we can make on that particular piece of land. In terms of the Battle of Falkirk signage, we progressed that earlier this year. We had a very successful commemoration and celebration of the 725 years since the Battle of Falkirk in the town centre. we had a number of signages and some vinyls up on a vacant property, working with the local bid to make sure that we promoted that widely. We are continuing to work with the John de Graham Society regarding the final interpretation boards, so they are still to be placed in our town centre, and that may require some work with our planning department for historic building permission to put the plaques in place, but we are progressing that with the John de Graham Society. I'm joined with my colleague Keir Stevenson, our Economic Development Manager. Happy to answer any questions any members may have regarding this update paper. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr McGinnis. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks to Michael and indeed to Keir. And apologies for the duplication, but this may be addressed during the upcoming agenda item and standing orders, if that does pass. The purpose of the report is to provide an update on progress with the Regeneration Fund. This was agreed to be established with the application of £1 million from reserves at the Council meeting on the 1st of March 2023. The Regeneration Fund aims to provide investment in delivering infrastructure improvements within the scope of our town centres and the pilot villages of Slamanan and Bonnybridge. The focus upon the village of Slamanan and Bonnybridge allows us to test approaches in smaller settlements where economic and environmental challenges are identified. If they are successful, we can look to apply them elsewhere in Falkirk Council area. As well as the creation of an open grant application scheme, officers engage with the Slamanan and Bonnybridge communities to identify projects which will deliver lasting benefits. Following this engagement process, a priority list of 8 projects with high-level costs has been identified and listed within the report. Officers now propose to develop these projects through further feasibility and determine detailed costings and affordability. 3 projects have been identified in Slamanan and 5 projects in Bonnybridge. The report also provides specific updates in the Royal Hotel in Slamanan and the Battle of Falkirk signage. Members agreed to ask officers to prioritise delivery of both of these projects when the Regeneration Fund was agreed to be established. The report does note that the Battle of Falkirk signage has been largely delivered and funded from existing regeneration budget sources. I welcome this report, especially the approach we have taken to ensure our local communities have, through engagement with our officers, been central to the development of the projects which will deliver lasting benefits. I think this provides a blueprint for further regeneration projects in Falkirk region. I'm encouraged to see the progress we have made in getting the proposals to this point. I do appreciate we have some work to do in developing the project proposals further and getting them to delivery stage, and I look forward to further updates and seeing these projects come to fruition. I would like to again thank the officers for bringing this report forward and support the recommendations presented here today.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Deakin.
Thank you very much. This report is one of the kind of reports that we do love to get as councillors. It's a good news report. I won't get into too much as Michael and Paul have already spoken in detail about what the report contains. Firstly, I want to thank Michael and Keir and their team. It has been one of lows and highs, and I'm happy to see the support coming forward to us today. The plans for the demolition of the Royal Hotel and restoring historic clock and public realm improvements are all worthwhile projects, and I know I've said this to local members in Slamanan. However, I do look forward to seeing the future plans for the old Royal Hotel site. The suggested plans for Bonnybridge, as being one of the elected members for the community, seem to be amazing projects that will definitely improve the case for Bonnybridge. The improvements at the toll will be welcomed by many, so will the new signage, improvements in Memorial Park, AstroTurf and a potential new pump track, which is still to be agreed on an application for if it gets approved today. While this report is not saying that these will go ahead, it is asking for approval to look into the actual costing and feasibility of getting these into each area. I would also like to welcome Keir to the council, and I look forward to working with him and moving these forward with our other elected members. And I'm glad he does wish to keep it going with the consultation with the community groups that have been working with the council on the consultations. So with this, I'd like to officially second the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Deakin. Now go to Councillor Hannah, see if you've got an amendment.
I have no amendments, some questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendments, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, but I have questions.
Okay, so we'll now open up for questions. Councillor Brown, you were first.
Thanks, Provost. I just wanted to say how delighted I am as local councillor, but also as a resident of Slamanan, to hear that the proposals to bring down the Royal Hotel, which is a significant eyesore for the community and the residents, is moving forward. I'm delighted that the council have taken the approach of engaging with the local community, and they feel that they are being heard and listened to after such a period of time of a couple of decades where this has sat as a prominent eyesore in the village. I wanted to thank the officers involved in this report, and I look forward to working with Keir going forward on the regen and the proposals put forward as part of those plans for Salman and the community. I think it's long overdue, and I know the community is welcoming any regeneration into the village. So thank you to everybody involved in that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Brown. We'll now go to Councillor Spear.
Thank you. I'd like to ask some questions regarding the Battle of Falkirk signage, which you've mentioned in recommendation 2.1 on page 4.6, on 4.3 on page 47, and 5.14 on page 49. I'd really like to know where the signage is going to go, because I don't think the battle site's actually ever been established. And I think the prime site is actually in Grangemouth, East Mains. So the Battle of Falkirk might be claimed by Grangemouth. Now, there is good authority that his uncle lived in Daniel Head and his mother lived in Glensborough and Grangemouth. Now, I'm a great supporter of the Society John de Graham. They've done much to enhance and bring forward and up to date the history of this district. But we need to be very clear, because once you start getting into debate with a lot of these historians, then you can run into a lot of trouble. So really establishing where you want to put this signage will be vitally important, because they will certainly get onto you and remind you every intricate detail of what they know.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I think I agree with Councillor Beacon. It is one of the kind of reports that you do like to see coming forward. It's a really good thing for Bonnybridge, seeing a bit of investment for a change. I just had a few questions on the consultation at point 6, and I think I asked for it and everything, but I've not got it yet. But I was wondering, do we have the results of the consultation yet? I think there was hundreds of responses, and I'm just wondering if we had them to hand.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Provost. Could I hand over to Keir to give some details on that?
Okay. Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Thanks for the question, Councillor Redmond. So yes, there was 356 responses to the survey on citizen space. So that was out of an average rating of 5. So the project that came in first was that the AstroTurf Anderson Park, which had received a rating of 4.22. Next was the High Street and Toll upgrade improvements, which is 3.14. Then the Pump Track Skate Park at 2.63. And then followed by the Memorial Park improvements at 2.17 as an average rating out of 5, and the historical signage in the High Street at 1.76. So that was the results that were returned in citizen space.
That's perfect, thanks. And just to highlight out that, obviously the Anderson Park AstroTurf came first out of them all, and it's been given one of the less amounts. It's been given 100,000, and the public realm improvements will be really welcome and they'll be really important as well. But I know there's a lot of people in Bonnybridge are really keen on getting this Anderson Park upgraded to AstroTurf. It will be a fantastic asset to the community. I know the local football team have been in talks with the SFA, and the SFA have got a £17 million fund from the UK government, and they look to match funds. So by having this seed capital, it's actually helping us gather in more funding. So I think it's amazing what you can do with just a bit of seed capital. But I just sort of say that obviously these aren't the set figures yet. They could change. We could maybe put a wee bit more into the AstroTurf. We could maybe, that other things will still be going ahead, but we can chop and change these amounts. I'm not set in stone. Is that?
Any comment on that, Mr. Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks for the question again, Councillor Redmond. So yes, I think they're indicative costings that were provided a number of months ago. So I think 100,000 was an initial estimate based on what was known at that time. But as you've pointed out, I think there have been further costings done by specialists that would look at a full-size synthetic pitch at Anderson Park, including the full fencing and all the ancillary facilities that go with that. So it's a significantly higher cost. So we would look at that in line with other costs that come in for other projects, as well as going back out and engaging with ward members and the communities to reassess the priorities that were initially looked at. So yeah, it's a stage in the process, Councillor.
Yeah. So I think that's great, and I'm really looking forward to working with Kia going forward as well. And I'd just like to give a thanks to Jackie MacArthur for all the work she put in with the consultation as well, because I know public consultations are never quite easy, but I think that's a really good thing, and it's good to see something coming to Bonnybridge. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I'm very happy to hear about the development of the Battle of Falkirk signage. That came about via Conservative amendment at the budget. And I think it's important and right to celebrate the Battle of Falkirk, because some people have asked me, well, as a unionist, why are you celebrating William Wallace and Robert the Bruce? And I go, what a rubbish question, because they're Scottish and I'm Scottish, and I think it's right to celebrate Scotland, and particularly the role that Falkirk has played in shaping the Scotland that we have and love today. And in his book, Sir Tom Devine, in one of his books, Sir Tom Devine highlights that it was actually commonplace in the 19th and 20th centuries for Unionists to celebrate William Wallace and Robert the Bruce, because their defeat would have resulted in Scotland becoming North England. And that is something that none of us in this room would have wanted. Scotland is my home, and it's right that we celebrate the role that Falkirk has played in making that home. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. So we've got up Councillor Buchanan.
Can you hear me, Provost?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to obviously echo the sentiments of Councillor Redmond in relation to the fact that the people in our area in Bonnybridge are delighted to see some investment coming forward. I'd like to thank Mr Kettrick at this stage as well, because he's been very supportive in relation to the new change in accommodation that we've been waiting for some time at Anderson Park. And hopefully this is going to be a wonderful addition to the community, especially with so many young people that are using that with tremendous volunteers from Bonnybridge Youth Group football team. I would just like to comment on what Councillor Spears said, and he's 100% accurate, because obviously many people that are at this meeting today, including yourself, Provost, would not be here when this council spent an awful lot of money bringing forward the one and only Uri Geller. I think we've all heard of Uri Geller. They brought Uri Geller forward, and they hired a helicopter. And the reason for hiring the helicopter with Uri Geller was that Uri Geller was going to go up and he was going to tell Falkirk Council exactly where the Battle of Falkirk took place. Unfortunately, during that period of time that he came to the buildings, the rain started. And what happened was the helicopter wouldn't take him up. So what he did was he went in to Provost Johnson's office and he bent a spoon for him. So at least they done something worthwhile. But being serious about it, Councillor Spears is 100% right. In terms of historical facts, especially with local historical organisations, it's imperative. And I think that Jeff Bailey, that wonderful officer who recently retired, we should be bringing everybody in to focus our attention on finding exactly where the Battle of Falkirk actually took place. We're talking about the first battle. We know where the second battle took place. It was spread over. But other than that, thanking you very much for the positive report. And obviously the people in our area in Bonnybridge will be delighted to see the investment coming through. And I would say at this stage that it's easy to go back and find out how much it costs the council to bring Uri Geller and hire a helicopter. But the fact is that the point is worthwhile making by Councillor Spears, which he was quite right, is where is the battle? Where is the site? And I don't think MD has conclusively said this. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Murtagh.
I don't know how to follow that, to be honest. But in general, the debate is taken a direction I wasn't expecting. Very informative. I will say, as a historian, I believe that there's no such thing as historical fact. And I've been happy to debate unionist nationalism with Councillor Bundy in an appropriate forum. So I no longer think that Bonnybridge being ascribed to the rural north is the strangest thing in this report. But I would just, as an aside, make a plea for consistency in the council. We've got, in the ward I represent, I have the east locality social work, the west locality for housing, the rural north planning, and now rural north is in Bonnybridge, and it's just, sometimes it's really strange to read in these reports how things are being understood in different council departments, which areas are which, but an aside no longer seems the most bizarre aside to make. I was going to ask about the consultation, just a sort of principle about, I see that there was the consultation which Councillor Redmond about in the Bonnybridge area, but the meetings in Slamanan about the Slamanan area were sort of felt that was sufficient not to conduct external consultation beyond those meetings, if I'm reading that correctly in the report. I know that the councillors will have done a great deal of work, all the councillors, and I know that Councillor Robertson isn't here and he's done a tremendous amount of work on this too. But I wondered how those meetings were felt to be representative, if it was, if they were all held at similar times. Was there a broad spectrum of the demographic of the public there? As what I've often found in meetings, particularly in villages, and I represent a number myself, is that you have a very limited ability of people to attend in person, and that therefore the additional information which you might get from a wider consultation would be beneficial. So just from a sort of EPIA, equalities perspective, was there a judgment made that the projects in Elford Braes, that there was significantly wide representation in the public's ability to participate?
Okay, we've got Mr. Stevenson for a response.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Murtagh. So yes, looking at the attendee list for the public meetings, it does look quite wide and varied. I don't know the exact times. I wasn't with the council at that point, but I do know my colleague did offer the opportunity for submission of suggestions via email, telephone calls and social media posts as well. So it wasn't just the public meetings, and there was walk rounds and engagement with elected members and partners as well. So there was quite a wide range of methods undertaken to gather feedback and suggestions from local community and a number of partners as well. So I'm quite confident that there was input. I think we can always try and do more, strive to do more and engage harder to reach groups. But certainly, as we mentioned, we'll go back and feed back to the community and get further views once the costings are there, and certainly look at adapting that approach as well, and looking at different times and locations for meetings as well. So happy to take any further suggestions on that.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for that response. I think it's just as a point of note and principle that for other elected members, as this is, I'm sure that the local members understand it better, but I would like to always be clear that there was full consultation, and that, particularly our young people who may not give two figs about where the signage of the Battle of Falkirk location is, and that might not be the popular view, but it's really important that all sections of our community are demonstrated to have been engaged, whether they're our very youngest or more traditional that come to public meetings. So I just want to make that point.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. It's just a quick observation. I'm just curious as to why we want to signpost a battle which Scotland actually lost, as opposed to the second Battle of Falkirk, which we won. That's all.
Okay. That's just an observation, so we'll move on. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Just a quick question. I'm delighted with the report. Wonderful to see Slamanan and Bonnybridge both managing to get some council funding. The question I'd like an answer, just very roughly, is: do we have any time scale for the proposed works? The Royal Hotel demolition, when is that envisaged, and when would we see the village clock and public realm works? Is that all foreseen to be the coming year?
certainly depending on the legal agreement on the transfer of the asset to council, we're expecting that quite soon to form of our hotel, and we'd look to demolish that early part of next year and complete the works within the following financial year. In terms of the other works, our next steps following decision today is to get detailed costing so we can progress them in the following year. That is the ambition.
Terrific. Thanks very much.
Thank you. No other questions, so we have a motion moved and seconded. Can we agree with recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed. So we'll now break for lunch back here at 1:45. Okay, just welcome back everyone, mind and pass the pastels round if you don't mind. Welcome back. Next item of business, agenda item 7, standing order review group outcomes, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Provost.
Hello?
Provost, see, before we start the next item, could I just say one thing? I know there was a bit of hilarity on the last item in relation to what Councillor Spears had said in a very serious issue about where exactly the site was. Now, during the recess, I've sent you a photograph and some members of actually Uri Geller when he came here. So it was just to let you know that this is a serious issue, and that the fact is that when I was telling a wee bit about Uri Geller and the helicopter, I think there was a wee bit of hilarity, but that's factual. Thank you, Provost.
No, I know that story as well, Councillor Buchanan, about Uri Geller being here. So I certainly knew it was factual.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've lost a thread, right? Okay, Mr. Moody. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And this report presents to Council today the outcome of work which has been undertaken by the Standing Orders Working Group. So I begin by thanking the members of the working group for their participation in the meetings in the run-up to this report, and for the very collaborative approach to which each member of the group brought to their participation. I'd also just like to begin by thanking the officers involved in preparing the report and the proposals in relation to the standing orders today. So in addition to Mr. Perry, who's referred to as the author of the report, also to thank Jim Miller and Jack Frawley too. I'm not proposing, Provost, to go through each of the recommendations, which are broadly summarised at Appendix 6 in detail, but maybe just to highlight some of the key issues and then be available to attempt to answer any questions which members of the Council have. If we were to begin, I think, with the key consideration around structure, it's broadly to retain the same shape of the Council decision-making, which is a modified executive and scrutiny model, but there is a proposal to merge the two executives and also to merge the two scrutiny committees, and the reasoning behind that is set out in the report. There will be a consequence to that, which is to expand the size of both of these bodies, and that's with the aim of ensuring that all members of the Council have the opportunity to participate in the two key decision-making and scrutiny aspects of our decision-making structure. The next issue which the group went on to continue was around the structure of our debates at meetings such as this and meetings at the executive. And I think the key considerations there are, first of all, an agreement that it would be helpful to have advance notice of amendments or motions which are different to the recommendations. And I think we'll all have in mind some situations where advance notice would have been helpful to all members of the Council. You will see that there's a consequential recommendation associated with that, which is to move the decision-making meetings to later in the week, and that's really to allow groups to have the opportunity to consider matters before the amendments are circulated. But in addition to that, in relation to the structure of meetings, the group, I think, also observed that sometimes our meetings were less structured than perhaps they could be, and that there would be advantage, I think, in trying to draw a line and a distinction between questions, speeches, and other contributions. So the aim is, I think, to divide these and to have a part of the meeting at the beginning where there is an opportunity for factual questions to the officers, which will help to inform any debate which follows on from that, which should then be debate. Another key aspect of that consideration is a shift away from the principal presentation being from officers to the recognition of the role of portfolio holders in particular as being presenting the motion which will have the key political contents on behalf of the administration based on the factual issues highlighted by the officers in the report and in answer to any questions. It's also recommended too that the standing orders will be adapted to deal with those situations where we don't have an amendment on the table. We have a recommendation and no amendment. And again, I think we're all familiar with circumstances where the councillor or the executive can take a significant period of time when ultimately there is no division on the question that is before the council. So the aim, I think, is to try and curtail those situations. Moving on to those which are less directly related to the standing orders themselves, there has been consideration of the content of reports and the structure and format of them. I think there's a general consensus that if we can move to reports which are shorter, perhaps with the access to links where people want to see the full detail of what lies behind a particular section of a report, but also I think to recognise the need for a balanced approach and to an extent an options appraisal approach, which is not to say that everything requires an options appraisal. It's an approach which highlights how recommendations were reached by saying what alternatives may have been considered in getting to that point. There are some other recommendations there in relation to the structure of the report, one of which is to move the climate change implication section, which currently sits at the front, back to the section which deals with all the implications in general. There are two recommendations which, in contrast to the general ones, are recommended for immediate implementation. The first of those relates to the budget, and it's an opportunity, I think, to clarify a point in the standing orders, which I think is just a simple drafting error. And I think many of you will be aware that there is a provision on the standing orders in relation to budgets, which says that if you're wanting to change a budget, you need to do it by an amendment which balances the budget. So you can't simply take something away without making sure there is a balancing change within the budget. I think it's pretty clear from that the intention of the council has always been that we should be able to leave any meeting of our budget knowing what our balanced budget is at the end of the day or however long the meeting takes. But that hasn't been the case in some recent budget considerations, and that's just because the standing orders as they currently are, without further clarification, do allow for a straight yes/no vote without there being an amendment actually put. And that does raise the risk and the danger that the council will not agree its revenue budget. And that's, for me, a key consideration in just complying with basic governance considerations and also our legal duty to fix a council tax. And the fixing of the council tax is ultimately the agreeing of the budget. The other matter for immediate implementation is a series of issues in relation to property. And it was one of the first issues, I think, recognised by the group, that particularly for members of the executive, they will often see reports which come through on multiple occasions where something is declared surplus to requirements, then it's back again later for the agreeing of the terms of disposal. The proposal basically here is that those two processes are telescoped together, and at the same time the limit is raised by which officers can deal with that themselves. The limit would be set at £250,000 as proposed here, and what that should do is eliminate the small areas of land which you see coming forward, the strips of garden ground, but make sure that the executive still has decision making in relation to our larger properties when those come to be declared surplus to requirement. The obligation, I should say, to consult with local members would remain, and the outcome of any disposal would still be reported in the information bulletin. So far as the rest of the proposals are concerned, the aim would be to come back to the March meeting with the detailed changes to standing orders. And if agreed, the new structure wouldn't commence until after the summer recess, and you would receive a new programme of meetings at your March meeting. So that's all I think I propose to say just now, Provost, but I'll attempt to deal with any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, and my thanks to officers and for Colin's guidance and leadership to the working group as well. I think that it's been hugely helpful, and it does show that collaborative approach that we've been able to use to take forward. The meetings, there were open and frank discussions as part of the reviewing the standing orders, with a consensus being developed into the proposals that are now before us. Just touching a few areas, as Colin's given the highlights, and the paper has a lot of detail. It was recognised that there was an opportunity to streamline the decision-making process, make it more effective without losing accountability. And one ways of doing that was to bringing the two executives and two scrutiny committees into one, increasing the membership, and that also ensured that all members had a role in the council's decision making over and above full council. The role of scrutiny in the work plan has been revised with a greater emphasis on more performance monitoring, therefore giving a clear role in the council's process to scrutiny going forward. There was one change to the membership of the executive, which is agreed, and it was agreed by exception because of the nature of the particular role, was to allow the care experience member that is joined through the Education, Children and Young People's Executive, and would therefore join the appropriate part of a future executive to have a substitute where required. And that was felt advantageous to the young persons, but also recognised as an exception. In recognition of the council's make-up and the need to for the majority decision, the amendments coming prior to the meeting should and indeed would enable political discussions to take place more appropriately rather than hurriedly, and giving a bit more time for consideration, which will help to support making good and informed decisions. Improving the flow and efficiency of the meetings, making them more effective, having a clear question and debate time with officers dealing with questions only, and portfolio holders dealing with the reports without officer introduction, will remove a lot of duplication and enable political ownership. Something that has always been a challenge is the length of reports, and while members need and should be provided with all the relevant information, the volume of papers, it can make it difficult to pull out the key points, and therefore being able to point to more critical information is helpful and allows members to be able to identify what they may look for further in the report and improve what comes in front of members, and would also help to shorten the reports. by the use of links, etc. It was recognised that more use of charts and graphics so that the reports are less text heavy would also help and aid members in reading and negotiating the reports, and also having a clear section around the risks and the implications. And as Colin has said, officers will look to take that away and look at a design and bring that forward. Having no budget agreed is a huge risk to the council, particularly without any majority balance. Therefore, having an assurance that council is going to be able to fully operate and within the Section 75 regulations, having the need to have an amendment for the budget if there's no agreement, then is going to be critical and going forward. So therefore, having that quite clear within the standing orders would be hugely helpful. Over the years, we've looked at a scheme for public petitions to enhance community engagement on a number of occasions, but there's been no great appetite to take that forward. But as part of our continuing community engagement, we now have seen it operate effectively in other councils, and it's something that we should consider looking at a scheme for, and therefore that has been included in an opportunity to develop a scheme for public petitions while still maintaining deputations. It's been a good piece of work which has been collaborative. It's designed to make the council's decision making more robust and smooth, while at the same time ensuring it enables the smooth transaction of business. I think it's been hugely helpful. I am aware that there are a number of amendments, and I will reserve comment on those amendments till the appropriate time. In the meantime, I move the report as is. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor Nicol-John. Do you have a seconder?
Hi, Provost. Yes, happy to second. And I do think the Standing Orders Working Group needs a bit of credit for this. I think the recommendations that we see in Appendix 6 are very prudent in the way forward, and I think it will save a lot of officers' time and our time. So, yeah, I agree with all the recommendations there.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just go around the group leaders, see if we've got any amendments. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
Yes, we do. It has been circulated.
Okay, Councillor Kerr?
No amendment.
Councillor Spears? Any amendment? Okay, any other amendment?
I've circulated an amendment in advance. Thank
you. Councillor Murtagh. So we'll now go to Councillor Hannah for our amendment.
Thank you, Provost. Having been a member of the group, I want to say a big thank you to Colin and to the other staff who did a great deal of work to bring this together. I joined the council in May 2022, and for the past year I have pestered officers saying, why do we do this way? Why do we do this that way? And thankfully they have listened, and thankfully they have put a lot of work into bringing forward these proposals. For the most part, I absolutely agree with the proposals that are being brought forward and accept all of the recommendations. There's only one issue that I wanted to add to it, and I did raise it at the working group and we had the discussion, but people did not agree with my view on it. So I'm hoping that we can now address it as a council. One of the things that has been of concern to me is the volume of papers that has already been referred to. And I recognise that we do have to have all the information before us, but sometimes our agendas can be very weighty. Today's agenda plus the two documents, the minutes and the information bulletin, total 760 pages. This was all given to us 1 week before today. Now, perhaps some people who are speed readers have no problem with that, but people who have other things to do in their lives sometimes find it difficult to get through it. And we do have other meetings, we do have other things we do. So the simple additional recommendation I would like to add, my amendment is that the papers for the council meetings and for executive meetings should be made available 10 days in advance of the meeting rather than the current 7 days in advance, just to give councillors that little bit of extra time to enable them to fully digest what's in the papers and to operate. Now, I know that there is a pre-agenda meeting, and for the most part, papers are there at an earlier stage. So I'm hoping that it will not be too onerous for officers to be able to give us those extra few days. So simple amendment to add a further recommendation to provide papers for council and executive 10 days in advance instead of 1 week in advance.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Hannah has clearly outlined why procedurally it does make sense to have large papers as early as possible, and for a lot of reasons, but also to ensure good collaboration. From a practical perspective, it does make sense, but if we look at it from an equalities point of view, it goes without saying that a more diverse group of people involved in decision making provides wider perspectives and better outcomes. And whilst it might not be a popular thing to say publicly, but being a councillor does not pay well, and many of us, and I know I'm not alone in having to work a second job. So as long as we value diversity within our members, we should be given full weight and full consideration to equality issues. I make no secret that being a mother of 2 young children and balancing shifts and social care jobs as well as my council duties can feel like an impossible task. This can be made all the more difficult when we're presented with papers that can be 700, 800, 900 pages long that we need to properly digest before we can come to any formal decisions. Both Councillor Murtaugh and Councillor McCabe have already alluded to this as being an issue this morning. So whilst we welcome the recommendation to streamline the length of reports, that's not always going to be possible given the complex nature of some of the issues that we're dealing with. I think that by making executive and full council papers available 10 days before the date of the meeting, it would go some way in enabling us to all effectively consume the information, and as well as working more collaboratively as a council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Murtaugh.
Thanks, Provost, and I'd also like to add my thanks to Colin, Brian and the whole team for the tremendous amount of work and thought that's gone into it. And I'm sure it's a rather dry and tedious subject to most people here, but sadly not to myself. But I broadly agree with the essence of the recommendations. You have my amendment, so I'd like to start not actually at the beginning, but in the middle, purely because I think it's, or I rather hope it might be the obvious place for general agreement. And as Councillor Patterson was just saying, I think that this council is no better illustration of why we need more time, not just to read the papers, but given that we make really important decisions which will affect the lives of our constituents who elect us to be in this chamber on their behalf, the very least that they should expect is that we have all read the papers to enable us to make those decisions. But I would argue more so we need the time to consider them properly, to do further research, to go to briefings, to ask questions of officers, to discuss them with our colleagues in our own groups and with others so that we can find the best way forward. The points have already been made about the time frame that we received these and the diversity issues about them, so I won't go on, but I think that it's important that we change that process accordingly. So going back to my first amendment to Appendix 6 and Point 6, I accept that moving to the suggested new voting system will be preferable in some cases, but as perhaps we're about to do now, it might not always be the most appropriate avenue for votes where we're not considering motions on a pick me, I'm the best basis in that same way that we would do with a person. So this amendment is just to ensure that when the standing orders are drafted, the process for deviation is clear and all members can refer to that process in advance and know what to expect. As sometimes it's difficult to plan the best way of presenting a motion if you have no idea how it will be voted on. So it's purely from that point of view. My amendment to Point 7, again, I don't disagree with the concept of question and debate time, although at the moment I'd say let's suck it and see how it goes in practice. What worries me is the unintended consequences of the way it's written. So firstly, in terms of the setting out of the group position when there's no advance notice of motion of the division. So I've amended the language just to ensure that there's no ambiguity whatsoever, that this also means each independent member would also be afforded the right to set out a position. But on closer inspection, there's actually a greater issue, I think, in terms of only one member of a group being allowed to set out a position. And I promise you, I'm going to try really hard to be philosophical and theoretical here, rather than to give real-time political examples, but do feel free to use your imagination. So it isn't inconceivable that at times members of groups may disagree with the overall position of their own group. Shocking, I know, but there are even occasions where groups decide that that is okay, and they allow the group member to take a different position, recognising an issue perhaps in their ward or of a particular belief or area of conscience. And that sometimes translates into a free vote, but sometimes it just extends to being able to express concerns differently in the chamber, to make it clear to the public who elected the member that they are not agreeing with a certain position and give their reasons in a different way from their group. And I don't think it was the intention of the drafting to prevent this, but I do think that it would be the effect. And I think it's no business of council rules to prevent any member from discharging our duties to our constituents. So all of us are elected equally by an electorate who are entitled to expect that we will think for ourselves. And I'm not saying that groups will be overly happy with their members doing so, but that's a matter for groups and their standing orders and not for councils. So point 7 is also written partly in reflection of that situation in which we don't actually have a provision for a direct negative. So if, for example, there was no advance amendment on a recommendation or a motion, but a group or a councillor simply wanted to reject it outright, there wouldn't, under this new procedure, be a vote on that as a matter of course. So I think in such circumstances, it therefore becomes imperative that the procedure is crystal clear for further amendments, which might be the direct negative, and how, not, just when we're just judging general agreement, how that will be considered, what are the rules. So I just want to make sure that's what the intention of this amendment is, to make that clear. So particularly given the move towards having stated positions of groups rather than debate, because we don't vote by group roll call, we vote by individual roll call. So I think the amendment's necessary here just to make sure we have the right checks and balances for that democratic system. On point 10, this is purely to ensure that the same right of substitution that we wish to extend rightly to pupil reps and care experience reps is also afforded to all reps that are not elected members of the council. So, for example, staff or parent reps. So basically, I don't think we should be barring the valuable perspective of our stakeholders because their chosen member is very ill or, for example, has suffered a bereavement and can't attend. Point 11 follows this, that neither do I think we should be so inflexible as to bar the concept of substitution to committees for our own members, as is common practice elsewhere, such as COSLA and other places. We see the fine political balance we have here, and at times two, or even, depending on the chair, it can be enough to change the entire nature of months worth of work. And an outcome of our communities that potentially would have been different had, for example, a family tragedy not affected one member. And, there are obviously caveats to reflect situations such as planning and licensing, which have a requirement for training. But I do think that it's not a way to be conducting grown-up government to have that situation. So I accept that the move towards the 15-15 model of executive and scrutiny makes that more challenging, but not insurmountable. And I have every faith in the Chief Governance Officer to be able to design a system which can cope with that. Point 4 of 4 in the second section, well, I won't say what I put in my notes, but basically that's a real quick no from me. I understand the intention and the logic of putting this section on the environmental implications in with a revamped implication section, but no. Just because we haven't been doing what was actually asked for in the original resolution does not mean we should abandon it. We need to have more than ever to remember that we have a climate emergency. Every single decision needs to have this front and centre, because if we don't bring that graph down, nothing else we decide in this chamber about the future of our district and that long-term future is going to matter. It's that serious. And I accept that Falkirk Council can't keep 1.5 alive all by ourselves, but we must take our obligation to play our part in that seriously, as should everyone. So we need more clear, scrutinisable information in this section, yes, but until we actually get to the stage of making it meaningful, the last thing we need is for it to be buried at the back of a report. So the final point, I do promise, is about the narrow conditions in which appeals and appointments can be conducted as hybrid. So this would bar elected members and also some staff from requesting hybrid attendance. And I was surprised, I confess, to find that this was not included in the EPIA for this report, because I think that would fall foul of Equality Act principles. In essence, it could make it more difficult for members with a variety of protected characteristics to take part in that sort of activity, and that would discriminate and narrow the pool for members being able to take part. It could also mean that meetings were not able to go ahead at short notice, and given that we now have that flexibility and the technology to conduct hybrid meetings successfully, I don't think we should be unnecessarily prohibiting them. So I understand that these adjustments will require lead-in, so similar to what was proposed in the report, I think it's fair that, for example, the 10-day, and I'll just clarify that it's a 10-day clear that I'm proposing, if that's not clear in my motion, that the 10-day paper requirement is given sufficient time so that officers can programme that. I accept that that's a big change, but if they wanted to trial it in advance, I certainly wouldn't object. So accordingly, I move the motion as it is, and I would hope that we could maybe perhaps find some general agreement amongst those points going forward. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I'll formally second, Provost.
Councillor Ritchie, can't hear you.
I'll formally second.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now open it up for questions. Councillor Colley.
Very different timescales on the provision of information, and I want to have some consideration, some thought together to the fact that actually this with Denmark and regional is an absolute right council to make a decision about council and executive and other committees that are within the council. It feels like this should be a discussion and decision upon the integrated joint board and both partners involved in it, because the implication could be quite challenging given the fast-paced environment that the both of us is here.
Thank you, Provost. I think I can offer Councillor Colley some reassurance on that point. The Integration Joint Board has its own standing orders and makes its own standing orders against the background of a slightly different legislative framework than the council does. So I think even if the council were to adopt a longer notice period, it wouldn't require the integration board to follow suit. It could retain its current position.
Councillor Kerr.
Sorry, Provost. Mr. Moody, so the two proposals by the amendments by Councillor Hannah and Councillor Murtagh, the 10 days, does that, would whoever is in administration get a further 7 days to get the papers as well?
It's maybe worth clarifying that the two 10 days that are proposed are slightly different versions of 10 days, just as a starting point. So Councillor Murtagh has 10 clear days, Councillor Hannah has 10 days. 10 clear days is a longer period, and that would broadly take us to 2 weeks before the meeting. So for this meeting today, we would have had it 2 weeks ago yesterday. But to get directly to Councillor Kerr's point, yes, it would involve the processes which follow on before council and committee meetings to move back a week as well. So the pre-agenda meetings would move back, consideration at corporate management team for significant reports would move back further as well. So there is that implication, I think, to consider when you have these amendments before you.
Councillor Benny, Councillor McIntyre.
Sorry, my microphone wasn't on. Is this the right time to ask for a question? Something clarified regarding all the recommendations? Basically, it's at 5.42, and that's all the recommendations. It's actually the last one, that the Appointments Committee has delegated the authority to appoint the Chief Executive and the Chief Officer's roles. I'm actually looking on our own intranet at the moment, and the description of the committee is already said there. It says already, but it uses a different word. Recommends to Council appointment of Chief Executive, Chief Officer and Heads of Service. So regarding this recommendation, this is the first part of the question. Why is that different from what we've got already? And regarding if I remember in the past, and the other point I want to make out, there's only 6 members on that, and obviously there's 30 councillors, so I believe that's only, if my maths is right, is that 18% of councillors who can recommend these very important posts, because they are very important posts and they're recognisable to our communities. But I would like to find out, from my understanding, in the past, if I remember, the Chief Executive's post, I remember all the councillors were involved before, and they had a voting system, which I actually thought was quite fair. You know, we got to meet all the applicants, and they all came, because after all, every one of us here, you know, it's relevant to us who our Chief Executive is. As I say, it's a very important role, and we represent thousands of people in our communities. So I think so really my question is, what is the rationale for this changing, basically? I'll get to the point quite quickly, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And I think Councillor Binney identifies what the issue is here. So in the current scheme of delegation, the Appointments Committee is delegated with the role of recommending to Council the appointment. But in fact, the universal practice is that when an appointment comes available, that the committee is given the delegated authority to make the appointment. And this, I think, just tidies that issue up and removes that step from the process, which is really a very formal step just now, where Council has never said no, it doesn't want the Appointments Committee to proceed with the appointment. And I think we're now in the community warning alarm. So just in case people are wondering why there's a noise happening outside. So I think what is being proposed here reflects best recruitment practice too. And I just wonder about the situation where you had a situation where it was an Appointments Committee which was interviewing and then had to recommend to a different body in the form of a council who weren't there, weren't hearing what was said in response to interview questions and hadn't seen all the application forms. It just doesn't represent, in my view, good recruitment practice. So I think we're modernising to do that and also to reflect the current position. I think that also speaks a bit to Councillor Binney's question on the size of the committee. And I think we have to remember that this is something that applicants will be coming before to explain why they're the best candidate for a job. It's got to be in a manageable number of people that isn't an intimidating environment for the applicants and candidates. So that's the broad thinking behind it, and I hope that makes matters clearer.
Thanks, Colin. Thank you.
Okay, Provost, I think if I can respond. Well, that could well be it. If you don't want, I'll just give it a minute. I was waiting for him to get his fireman's uniform out there and running. No, here it from Steve. Is it a bit like the fire alarm that if it lasts more than X amount of time, you start to worry?
So just for those online who are wondering why we've paused, it's the community alarm going off down here in Grangemouth. It's a test. So give it a couple of minutes for the siren to go off.
That's fine, Provost. I
hope-
can hear it from here as well.
Well, can you? Right.
This is where we test and ask Councillor Angela whether she can hear it in South Alloa.
No, I can't hear it.
Provost, are we sure this is a test?
This could be an ideal time to talk about the Uri Geller phenomenon in the helicopter. More information about that.
Maybe Councillor Buchanan could maybe talk about that. When Yuri Geller came here, Councillor Buchanan.
We're still live streaming.
Well, I think, aye, we're still, what? No, I don't think we'll discuss, but we'll leave that for the moment because we're still live streaming.
Provost, I'm happy to try and speak over the siren. If it can, it's really just to ask particularly about the implications of a 10-day and a 10 clear day. I'm very aware that will put significant pressure on the whole system, particularly if we're moving to join executives together. The preparation of reports. I'm also concerned about by the time we get to decision time, the currency of a report, because it will be a long time in the planning. And I'm very aware that often, even at the point of the pre-executive meetings, papers aren't finalised, that they are not the finished article at that point, and officers could end up, being in a really difficult position. That we already have the situation where they've only finished one set of papers and they're on to the next, and they have more to do in developing a number of the projects and writing reports, update reports. They have to actually go on and actually do the other work as well. So I'm really quite concerned, and I just wonder if the Chief Exec has any view about the potential pressures and the timescales. We're very hard to get all the papers out on time. We're very hard so that there's no late papers coming, so the agendas are full. And I think that by moving that timescale, whether it be 10 clear days or 10 days, we are going to go back into that position where there's going to be less quality within the reports. There's going to be less a finished article. We're going to have some real problems around timescales. The example I'll take is the referral that had to come last week for today's council of Treasury Management. That would not have been able to be included in that agenda. Therefore, the timescale for that then coming to the next council meeting would have been pushed significantly. So I think I'm really concerned about that. I am not aware of any public body that has a 10 clear day agenda, and I've been involved in many public bodies and seen papers from many public bodies over the years. The health service in particular are notorious for the size and the tombs that they present to their boards, etc. So we are not out of kilter, and we actually already have a probably generous timescale in having the 7 day. So I just wonder if the Chief Exec's got any particular view about the implications of that and the potential unintended consequences that we may result.
Yeah, Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I mean, it's certainly true to say that the papers which you see and which are produced for the council or other committees represent the end of quite a lengthy process, and we've touched on that earlier in the discussion. So there is potentially, I think, some impact in extending it. And as officers, what we endeavour to do is ensure that the papers that come in front of you are of a quality and a consistency and indeed a corporate nature. And in order to achieve that, particularly when it comes to matters of significance, some of the complicated and challenging reports that come in front of you, what we try and do is take all of these through the corporate management team so that we have adequate time to discuss that. So extending the deadline does push everything back a bit. I think in terms of consequences, the one mentioned by the leader in terms of the currency of the information is one potential consequence of that. I think there may be more reports which by necessity would need to follow, though we always endeavour to keep that to the minimum number. And I suppose the other thing that's just on my mind in relation to this is that as part of this review, we've spoken about shorter and more concise reports. I don't think that makes these reports any easier to produce, but I think it would be an important development for the council and for other committees. So maybe if we're managing to produce more concise and shorter reports, that will help, certainly in terms of members' consideration of them, regardless of the timescale in relation to production of the agenda. So just a few thoughts on that matter, but I suppose the main thing to emphasize is the length of the process, and the production of papers is in effect the culmination of that. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I agree with this amendment. Sometimes if you've got difficulty with your car and can't pick up reports, for instance, I got this on Monday, which gives you 2 days to read this. And I agree with Councillor Meikle-John, it's the quality of the report. And we should have quality reports, but we also have to make quality decisions, and we can only make the decisions on the report we have. And the more time we have, the better. COSLA states that elected members should only work 28 hours a week. I think you see the response. You and I know it's a 24/7 job. Everywhere you go, you have to answer questions. But you can only answer the questions accurately if you have these reports. And we also have lives to lead, as Councillor Patterson says. If you've got 3 kids and working, hey, this is a hard job. And we need to recognise that. And instead of allowing people to put us down, they should recognise the amount of work that goes into this job And the more time they have to do that job, and we're talking 3 days here, the more important, because the quality decisions affect everybody in the district. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Now go to Mr Moody to summarise where we are.
Would I be able to ask a question?
Sorry, Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. It was going to be an amendment from the non-aligned group, but just to try and move things on, because this is quite an intricate matter. You know, I've heard the discussions. First of all, again, I'd like to thank colleagues and in particular the officers as well, part of the working group. It was a nice forum to be working in where you could put forward your viewpoints and your thoughts. You then had an argument, counter-argument put against your position. It was very warming to have that dialogue where your opinion could be changed by the views of officers, by councillor colleagues. So I found it very interesting to work in that environment. And my apologies that I should probably have brought this up at the working group, but as you can appreciate, it's a wee bit of a bee in my personal bonnet here. But it's to do with the remuneration of both executive and scrutiny committee chairs. The fact that we're recognising the merging of the two executives to form a single executive and the two scrutiny committees, those are the principal arms of the council, apart from the council. So I feel the motion that we were potentially tabling, and I'm quite happy that we haven't put it forward as an amendment, is that some consideration be given to this sometime in the future, that the remuneration for both the executive and scrutiny committee chairs will be of equal standing as per the agreed senior councillor remuneration package. Purely an observation, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Murtagh, did you want to come in?
I suppose it was just really on from a question, because I've obviously spoken on this, but I know Kenneth has given an answer. I appreciate that for that point of view, but I suppose to ask Colin, really, I mean, given the drafting will come down to yourself and your team, I mean, do you feel it's insurmountable, whether it's 10 clear days or 10 working days? The principle is about having more time, but not just more time for the sake of it, more time to allow collaboration. So, and ideally, I would have liked to have introduced an additional amendment which said we should get our amendments in earlier as well, and potentially that could be at some point. But is it insurmountable to expect or to say, well, officers can work back, and given that we're proposing sort of 6 months or so or more lead-in time, 6 or 7 months before this would come into effect, that, you know, if there are issues in the drafting, you could take that on board to bring that forward. But I'm sort of interested in what your point of view of whether it is workable to have that additional time, because I think for the reasons that have been set out, it is eminently workable, and it's more important that councillors have the time to make the quality decisions. And I'm not belittling what officers' concerns are, but we need quality time. So is it insurmountable or not? Will it be workable?
Mr. Moody.
I thank you, Provost. And I think, to be fair to Kenneth, I don't think he was saying it was insurmountable. And certainly my view would not be that it was an insurmountable problem that couldn't be dealt with. I think the point the Chief Executive was making is what would the implications of that be, and in particular around the issue of currency, but of the information within the report. But I think in a straightforward yes or no answer, is it insurmountable? No, it's not insurmountable.
Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
I don't know if I got my answer the last time, Mr. Moody, when I asked whether it's 10 days or 10 working days. Would whoever is in administration need another 7 days prior to that?
The pre-agenda meetings, yes, would normally be programmed in that way. So if we move to 10 clear days, everything moves back a week.
So the officer need to do a report 3 weeks before the committee?
In fact, in advance of that, because it needs to be submitted to go to the pre-agenda in advance of that.
Can I ask, if our directors are sitting there, how challenging that would be for you and your officers? Because as people have already said, the quality of the information must be right. And if we start using links, would that help as well?
Mr. Bay?
From my own personal view, there's not just the pre-agenda to work to. We as a senior leadership team typically expect reports to go to the corporate management team for approval so that there's a cross-service working. So if you need to go to CMT before you go to pre-agenda and you need to get the papers out 10 days before you're actually starting to write the report, you know, we're talking sort of 5 to 6 weeks before the committee. So personally, as a officer, I'd say I'd prefer we left it as it is because it's already quite demanding. And I think that the quality of the reports that are being produced is of a good standard. And I'm not aware recently of there being sort of issues with the quality at present. So that would be my own personal request.
Thanks very much for an honest answer.
Thank you. We'll now go to Mr. Moody to summarise and perhaps go through point by point. Okay. Sorry, Karen.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, the only thing I would add to what Mr. Benny has said is that the recognition that our officers are already under quite a bit of pressure to deliver reports in the timescales needed, and there are often changes at various stages to get them to the standard needed for council. That will add to the pressure officers are under if we do change those. But this is a decision for members ultimately, what you want to do.
Thanks very much, Ms. Algie. Now go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And I think it can be seen we've got 2 amendments before us, and in previous discussion with you, I think you'd indicated that because Councillor Murtaugh's amendment has a number of diverse points within it, it would be better that it's not determined as one bundle, but that the council has an opportunity to indicate whether it agrees individual parts of the amendment. So I think it may be helpful just to go through the amendment part by part, and if members have that in front of them. I think in relation to the first one, which is the exception to the concurrent voting system, if I can assist here, I think having heard Councillor Murtaugh, I think it would be reasonable to bring something of that nature as an exception to the proposal in the standing order. So if Councillor Murtaugh is satisfied with that, perhaps that need not be further insisted upon. That would then, I think, take us to the issue at point 7, which is, if I understand it aright, of ensuring that both independent members and members of groups with different views from the majority of the group having an opportunity to explain their position and the question of a direct negative. So I think, Provost, the question here is the council agreed to that amendment from Councillor Murtaugh.
Okay, so amendment point 7, is the council agreed to that? No? Yes,
We're content with what's been proposed. If in the event of what's been proposed to be taken forward isn't working effectively, then I believe it can be revisited. But I think at this stage, we're content with what's already been suggested going forward.
Okay. I think in that case, Provost, we would require to vote on that particular aspect of the amendment. So the point here we're making the decision on is Councillor Murtaugh's point 7. Provost Bissett.
Agreed.
And it's either for a motion or amendment. So the motion is the position is put forward by Councillor Meiklejohn, the amendment for Councillor Murtaugh. My apologies, I should have explained that.
Okay, the motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Run that by me again.
Is the motion as the position is put forward by Councillor Meikle-John, which is the recommendations. Councillor Murtagh is the amendment.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for a second? I'm not understanding the process either, Councillor Balfour, and since it's new to us that you're saying you're going to go through each one individually as opposed to dealing with it as one amendment, I would have appreciated just 5 minutes to have some discussion about it.
I will have a short recess just to go over that.
We started a vote.
A decision. So in the interest of getting the best decision, should we not all have time to digest the information?
I think, Provost, the key point is that you've agreed that there should be a recess.
Yeah, short recess. Well, welcome back, everyone. I'll just go to Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost, and my apologies to the council. I think I've inadvertently sown the seeds of confusion just in the manner in which we've been dealing with this. So perhaps if I could clarify briefly in relation to the matter. Provost, you'd agreed earlier that because Councillor Murtagh's amendment contained a number of diverse items, that those would be decided individually rather than as a bundle. And that's why we had commenced the process of going through these individually. And we were just at the point of the second of those, which is the amendment to point 7, which is the point about independent members not part of a group and members of groups not in agreement with their group position having the opportunity to explain their position and also the opportunity for a direct negative. Provost, you'd asked the council if they were agreed to that amendment. The answer was no, there was not agreement, and that's why there was a move to a vote. The question, I think, where this confusion arose was on the relation to motion and amendment. So the motion is the matter put forward in the paper. So the original paper is already moved by Councillor Meikle-John. The amendment is the point moved by Councillor Murtagh. Now, we were in the middle of the vote at that point. 2 votes have been cast already, and I think we should commence from the vote as we were. Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Agree. Motion.
Can you hear you, Margaret?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Could I get clarity on which amendment we're actually voting on, please?
We're dealing with amendment point 7, so it's the second of the issues dealt with in Councillor Murtagh's amendment.
Thank you. Amendment.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Just to confirm, Councillor Ritchie, was that amendment?
Amendment, sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears. Councillor Steinbach.
Amendment.
Provost, 11 votes for the motion, 18 votes for the amendment. That aspect of the amendment is carried. We move on to the amendment point 10. This is the issue relating to extending substitution to the all non-elected representatives on the executive, so essentially to parents, to teachers and religious representatives. So I suppose the question again, Provost, is the council agreed to that amendment?
Is the council agreed to that amendment? No.
We're not agreed to that.
Okay.
We move then to a vote, and it's the same question of motion and amendment. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
There was 15 votes for the motion, 14 for the amendment, and the motion carries in respect of that aspect of the amendment. I think we move to point 11, which is to create a procedure for substitution for councillors. So this is rather than the non-elected representatives. Back again to the question of, does the council agree that amendment?
Does the council agree?
No, don't agree in that, Provost.
The vote.
We move to the vote again. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Colley, it was.
No, Councillor Colley, sorry.
Motion, sir.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson. Sorry, Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 14 votes for the motion. There are 15 votes for the amendment, and the amendment carries in that case. We turn now to the issue of 10 working days, but I believe Councillor Murtagh may have a clarification in relation to her amendment at that point.
I did, Colin, and I clarified that I meant clear days. However, during the recess, I had the opportunity to discuss things and reflect. But I think what would be simplest is I would be happy to adopt the same wording as what is in Councillor Hannah's proposal, and therefore that might simplify it if it was then for just one proposal, if my seconder would agree.
Thank you, Provost. And the effect of that change is it shortens the period. So 10 clear days is longer than 10 days. Councillor Murtagh is altering her proposal to 10 days. So it's back to the question, is the council agreed on that point?
Okay. Is the council agreed?
No, status quo.
Okay. Go to the vote again.
Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears. And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 15 votes for the motion, 14 for the amendment. In that case, the motion carries. We then move on to amendment point 4, which is delete point 4 from the proposals. This changes the proposal to move the climate change implications section of the report into the remainder of the implications section. It's back again, I think, to the question of is the council agreed?
Is the council agreed? No.
I think we're content with the proposals within the motion.
What was it?
Content with what's been proposed to have all the implications and risks within the motion of the papers.
Okay.
Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Abstain.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, 15 votes for the motion, 13 for the amendment, 1 abstention. The motion carries in that case. And we come to the final issue on the amendment, which is the issue of the move to the in-person format for the Appeals Committee and the Appointments Committee, and the substitution for that proposed by Councillor Murtagh.
Is council agreed to that?
No, Provost, I think there was clear guidance within the papers to why that has been given an option, and the caveats related to it. So I've prepared the motion.
Okay, thank you. Go to the vote.
Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Councillor Steenbank.
Motion.
Provost, 26 votes for the motion, 3 for the amendment, and in that case, the motion carries. Provost, in light of the fact that Councillor Murtagh, I think, has adopted the proposal from Councillor Hannah's amendment, there's no need to further decide upon that. So that concludes the voting procedure in relation to the matter. I think 2 final matters, perhaps, Provost, if I could mention before we move on from the item. One is the point made by Councillor McCabe in relation to remuneration isn't addressed in this particular matter, but now there is a new structure which is being agreed in the light of today's decision. There will clearly be opportunities to revisit that issue at some point in the future. The second point is, I suppose, just my observation on the number of votes there and the process for undertaking that perhaps we'll look at some stage as well at an electronic voting system. So thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 8, scrutiny plan.
Provost, apologies for interrupting. I'm slightly confused then about the procedure. So we voted on the motion amendment, but then do you not still have to vote on the motion, on the overall proposal then, or not? Like the recommendations, or no, you don't? You just have to take it as everybody's now agreed to the thing. Okay. I read that differently, but I respect that you're a much higher authority.
Thanks very much. So agenda item 8, scrutiny plan, and it'll be Mr. Moody's going to summarise this.
Mr. Perry's going to do that.
Or Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be brief. I'll take the report as read. The purpose of this report is to propose a scrutiny plan for Council's approval. You'll see that the Scrutiny Committee considered the report early in the year on Council performance, and from that asked for a report on the contact centre's performance. It received the report, and the report's attached to the report, this report, and part of its decision was to recommend to Council that the scrutiny plan for 2024 includes a review of the contact centre. If that's agreed, that would be taken forward by a scrutiny panel, which would be set up by the Scrutiny Committee early in the new year. The report sets out at 5.4 just the kind of areas that the scrutiny panel would look at as part of its work, and that would be taken forward, as I said, by the panel. So I think that's in a nutshell, Provost, the report asking for us the scrutiny plan to include the review of the contact centre.
Thanks very much, Mr. Perry. As convener of scrutiny, I'm quite happy to move the recommendations that Council has asked to agree that the scrutiny plan for 2024 will contain a review of the contact centre. We'll now go to Councillor Mickeljohn.
Thank you, Provost. Happy to agree with the report and the proposals. I think it's good to see a plan come forward. It's a wee bit later in the term than we would have expected, but notwithstanding some of the work that's been ongoing, I think that there's some opportunities there for the scrutiny panel to the scrutiny plan to and the scrutiny committee to get their teeth stuck in around some of the issues that's there. And I know that there's some interesting reports coming forward. It also helps develop the council's overall improvement plan, our service improvement plans, and focus on particularly our performance. So I'm happy to agree the report, Provost.
Thank you. You got a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah, see if you've got an amendment.
I have no amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
No amendment, Provost.
Councillor Spears?
No amendment.
There are no amendments, so we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Provost, will I just make an observation, please?
Carry on.
I'm very pleased to see the proposed plan for scrutiny, but I would like to add into the contact centre, roads, building maintenance, the issue of planning. It's a critical role of the council, and therefore would like to see that added into the scrutiny plan for 2024. If it was possible, it could be
I think
added.
that's something the next scrutiny committee would probably discuss that.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 9, appointments, and it's a report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services. Mr. Perry have summarised the report and the recommendations.
I'll swap that and Mr. Moody will answer that one.
Oh, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Brian. Provost, as I think can be seen, this is a report which comes in 3 parts. So this is for the appointment, firstly, of Bailies, secondly, for a member of and director of the Forest Green Freeport Governance Board, and thirdly, for the appointment of a convener for the Scrutiny Committee external. So I think, Provost, the simplest thing to do is just to take these one by one, and starting off with the Bailies. I think it's important to note that the previous decision of Council is that a Bailey should be appointed from among the independent members and also from the Conservative group, but nominations would be required at the council meeting. So, Provost, I think it'd be a matter of asking for nominations.
Do we have any nominations for Bailies?
So,
Councillor Patrick, then we'll come to Councillor Ritchie.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councillor Buchanan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ritchie?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Check if there's any other
nominations. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to nominate Councillor Kerr.
Forget my name.
I did. I was going to say James. I was going to say James, and I thought just myself.
Check if there's any other nominations for either position.
Is there any other nominations for either position?
It's just a point, Provost.
Aye.
At the last council meeting, we put forward that it really should be representative of the council as a whole. Therefore, we have a male provost, male deputy, and now putting forward 2 male Baileys. It's not representative of the makeup of this council. So I would really urge the rest of the council to make sure that going forward it is gender balanced. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Murphy?
I don't disagree with Councillor Devine on that point. I did abstain from the creation of Bailey's vote because I think, quite frankly, they belong in the past, but that's my personal view. But I was approached by members to ask whether I'd be interested in becoming a Bailey, partly from the point of view of being, well, as far as I'm aware, a woman. And the reason that I, apart from not agreeing that being a Bailey is a great idea, is that this council and local government in general is not very conducive to the kind of equity situation, and we've just voted to make that even more difficult. And I think that's what was put to me was that should it not be a woman that goes forward, and I would on one hand agree, but it's much more about creating the circumstances which allow the equity for there to be more women in this chamber. So I'd like to see more women represented at the top and representing this council, but the circumstances of women make it much more difficult not to have a second job, given caring responsibilities, not to have other things, and that is what we need to address. We need to address the circumstances, not just putting people in figurehead and thinking that'll fix it, because it won't. And regrettably, we've just voted to make that situation worse.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Now go to Councillor Patrick.
I don't disagree in the sense that I'm all for certainly more female representation, but I think the reality is, I know it was suggested that this would be one of the Baileys would at least be a Conservative member, but the reality is, with one of the two female Conservatives, and I think Councillor Brown may agree, I can't do it. I don't think that's because of my gender. Actually, I just actually can't. So I think I'm also just recognise there's times when we can't.
Yeah,
because it just doesn't suit. It's not that I don't want to, and it's not because I'm female. It's simply because I have had the work commitments that many of us regard as of gender. But I don't disagree. I would like to have much more female and other types of representation. But that doesn't stop me ultimately wanting the right people for the job. And I don't actually care what your gender is if you're the right person for the job. So that's just my input.
I would agree.
Sorry, Claire. I just feel that this point is really important, and that the reason that I can't go forward is because I also have a job and other people have jobs and commitments, and that's the point. Is that I would like to be able, maybe not as a Bailey with trains and rooms. I don't agree with that, but I can't because the circumstances exist which make it impossible for me as a woman to not have a second job because of the circumstances, and therefore I think that's important that context is understood. Why perhaps I might not, I could say I would nominate you, I'll nominate Councillor Brown, you might nominate me, but none of us can do it. And yeah, maybe that's because we're for lots of circumstances, but fundamentally a lot of those are related to obstacles which women have to face. So I thank you for the indulgence to be able to say that, Provost, but that is an important point.
Thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Aitchison, then Councillor Spears, then Councillor Binyard.
Thanks, Provost. I totally agree with the comments made by Councillor Devine and Councillor Murtagh. I think we had hoped there would have been a gender balance. However, I do appreciate that in a democratic world that it doesn't suit everybody and other circumstances are different. So it was really just an observation, but I do appreciate what the ladies have said. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Aitchison. Go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. We must be very clear in this council of what messages we send out. And I totally agree with Councillor Devine and Councillor Murtagh. We need more women in greater roles. Our leader is a woman. But on the civic side, we need to be seen to be gender balanced. And if we take this decision today, we don't send the right message out. We don't send the right message out to girls that want to and women that want to join the council. And we need to send out the right messages, and especially now we need to send out the right messages. And today, if we take this decision, we're not sending out the right message.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. As already been alluded, our two women councillors were asked first. None of them could do it. I have 3 jobs, Laura. I try as much as everybody else. And whether I'm a woman, you're saying the gender balance. I totally agree we need to have a balance through the full council. But if there is no people for the different genders coming forward, I can't force people. We would love them to come on board, but we can't force people to come on board. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Ritchie, have you got your hand up? No?
I didn't, Provost, but just as I was asked as well, but due to time, I just couldn't do it.
Okay, thanks very much. So no other nominations. That's agreed, and we'll move on to the next nomination, next appointment.
Thank you, Provost. And this takes us to the 4th Green Freeport Board. I think the Council and Executive have received reports in the past already about the Green Freeport. There's information provided in the report itself. I think due to the significance of this as a project for the Council and its partners, Mr. Kettrick is also available just to give some further information on the asks in relation to the membership of this particular board.
Mr. Kettrick. Is there anybody else? Oh, there is.
Thank you, Provost. In terms of the requirements for the post, it is expected that the elected member will provide senior leadership and strategic skills to not only represent the council but also to act in the interests of the 4th Green Freeport company. And as a director of that company, there is a number of criteria that they would be required, which would be general company requirements, an undischarged bankrupt, not being previously disqualified as a director, ensure that they are legally responsible for running the company and making sure company accounts reports are prepared and filled on time, and they should exercise a reasonable level of skill, care and due diligence in their role as a company director. The requirements have been fairly widely discussed. We will be looking for hopefully someone with experience of operating at a senior level with leaderships from other councils, other organisations, including the private sector, to ensure that the influence and the interests of Falkirk Council are represented on that board. The areas that the board cover include trade and investment, fair work and skills, infrastructure, placemaking in communities, the net zero and the just transition and innovation and communication and networks. So there's a wide range of scope of skills and expertise that the board will be looking to capture. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick. Do we have any nominations? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to propose Council Leader Cecil Meiklejohn to represent Falkirk Council on the Green Freeport Board. Fundamentally, board members require senior leadership and strategic skills, and Cecil has demonstrated her ability to do that over a number of years while representing this council at local, regional and indeed national level. She is also a senior figure at COSLA and has board experience with the Scottish Ambulance Service. She has previously served as a non-executive director with Care Inspectorate, has experience of leading on areas such as the strategic planning and working with a broad range of partners through the community planning partnership. She has previous experience of working alongside major industrial companies to secure significant regeneration when pushing for transformational Falkirk growth deal. And this means she is again best placed in the chamber to fulfil this key and influential role. I think she will serve Falkirk well and see a big picture in terms of how the 4th Green Freeport can further the financial ambitions and climate change and aspirations of Scotland as a whole. I also think that as a council leader, she is well placed to come back and inform elected members here and colleagues from across the chamber on developments and opportunities to consider. I'm 100% behind proposing Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Any other nominations? Councillor Steenbank, you see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'll nominate Councillor Nimmo. I'll allow him to speak to his candidacy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nimmo.
Yep. Thanks very much, Provost, and thanks, Ewan, for the nomination. Can I just start off by thanking yourself, Provost, and my fellow Labour group members for the nomination. Just as a bit of background, I was first elected to Falkirk Council back in 2007, so I've got a wealth of experience and knowledge, having been on the council for nearly 17 years now. Prior to that, I was a civil servant for 28 years. Having been a trade union branch secretary for 9 years as part of that, leading a PCS branch of 800 members on a daily basis. This is a very important appointment. I'm not taking anything away from that at all. It has serious implications, not just for Grangemouth, for Falkirk, but for the whole Forth Estuary, including Rosyth, Leith, and also Edinburgh Airport, which all form part of this. There's only one elected member being appointed from each of the 3 local authorities, and if selected, I would obviously work in conjunction with the other 2 elected members, irrespective of what the political background is, and work with the rest of the board in a very congenial manner, trying to get the best for the whole Forth Ports area. And I think that's the important thing. Just on a Grangemouth issue, we need to try and do our best to help protect the residents of Grangemouth. There's going to be a lot of upheaval in Grangemouth with this being brought forward, but I can see a lot of benefits as well for the people locally, and that's something that we really need to embrace. I'll leave it at that at the moment, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. Now go to Councillor Patrick.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councillor James Bundy.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I might not have the same experience on the council as Councillor Nicol-John and Councillor Nimmo, but I do think that I have some qualifications that would make me a good representative for the council on the board of the Green Freeports. I was brought up in Grangemouth. Grangemouth was my home for many years before moving to university at St Andrews, where I studied economics, and in that role, in that studies, I studied the role of multinational companies, regional plans, working across government to create economic growth in a sustainable way. And one of those areas that I studied in more detail was climate economics, and looking at how we can use economic mechanisms to promote the just transition. And I've also got experience working at both Holyrood and Westminster, again working on a cross-party basis, working with multinational companies for the good of the local area and the national picture. So I think that experience, it might not be on the council, but it's in different fields, and I can bring that to the benefit of Falkirk Council and the Green Freeport bids.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Any other nominations? No. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to nominate my colleague, Councillor Spears.
Okay, this is my opportunity to speak for myself.
Just interrupt me, Councillor Spears, while I'm trying to promote you.
He was ready to big you up there.
Councillor Spears has worked in the areas adjacent to Grangemouth Docks. He's a great interest in promoting the needs of the community. Having worked at the refinery for over 30 years, his knowledge of the very current concerns for the area are very well documented. I would now like to invite my colleague to speak to his own nomination. But before I do, can I say that I fundamentally disagree with Freeports? I don't believe they serve the best interests of the local communities. I just want to put on record I'm totally against their creation. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCabe. I think I'm the longest serving member in the council for 35 years. I believe I'm the third longest serving elected member in Scotland. I have worked in the oil industry. I've served my country abroad in the army for the oil industry, or for the country, but related to the oil infrastructure of the other countries. I've worked in the docks at the oil terminal there. I've worked in the middle of the Forth at Hound Point and on land in Dalmeny, and especially at Kinneil, the gas pipeline at the end of the Forties pipeline system. I think of all the candidates, I'm probably the most qualified. I will represent this district and work in conjunction with other councillors in the Forth Valley area to make sure we get the best and proper deal for this area. But the choice is up to you. You either go for experience and people who've worked in the industry and know it well, or you choose someone else. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to the vote.
Provost, I think it's worth just spending a minute explaining the voting procedure for this.
Yeah.
Where we have more than one candidate to fill one place, the vote is taken between all the candidates, with each councillor having one vote. So I'll ask you to indicate whether your vote is for Councillor Meiklejohn, Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Bundy or Councillor Spears. If any of the candidates has an absolute majority, then they are elected.
Yeah.
If, however, no one has an absolute majority, the candidate with the fewest number of votes falls out of the vote and we start the vote again. So I hope that is clear to all.
That's clear.
So just indicate which councillor you support as the nomination. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Nimmo.
Then Deputy Provost Balfour.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Buchanan.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Bundy.
Myself.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Kerr.
Councillor
Monday.
Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Spears, if you'll let me speak.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Murtagh.
I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Spears.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Spears.
Councillor Spears.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, there are 10 votes for Councillor Meiklejohn, there are 10 votes for Councillor Nimmo, there are 5 votes for Councillor Bundy, there are 3 votes for Councillor Spears. No councillor having obtained an absolute majority of the votes, Councillor Spears drops out of the process and we take a fresh vote with the 3 remaining candidates.
Provost. Just looking at the numbers, just to save some time, I'm just going to withdraw.
Okay, thank you.
The Provost, just to confirm that Councillor Bundy has withdrawn from the nomination and accordingly the vote is between Councillor Meiklejohn and Councillor Nimmo. The Provost, Councillor Spears had dropped off as the person with the lowest number of votes.
Got you. Okay.
Provost, I know it's not the common thing, but we have a 5-minute recess. It's a very, I wasn't expecting this, so I don't know what my group will decide. So it's a very important position.
Yeah.
So
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll now continue with the vote. Councillor Meiklejohn v Councillor Nimmo.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Nimmo.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Aitchison.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Buchanan,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Bundy,
Abstain.
Councillor Colley, Councillor Deacon,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Devine,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Flynn,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Forrest,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Garner,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Hannah,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Kelly,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Kerr,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor McCabe,
Abstain.
Councillor Meikle-John,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Murtagh,
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Patterson,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Patrick,
Abstain.
Councillor Redmond,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Ritchie,
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Sinclair,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Spears,
Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Steenbank,
Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, there are 12 votes for Councillor Meikle-John. There are 13 votes for Councillor Nimmo. There were 4 abstentions. Councillor Nimmo is duly appointed.
Thank you very much. Well done, Councillor Nimmo. Anything you'd like to say?
Thanks, Provost. Just to say that I'll work hard on behalf of the Falkirk Council and try and protect and promote the interests of Grangemouth and Falkirk going forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to the appointment of convener of scrutiny, external. Is there any nominations? Councillor Redmond.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Alf Kelly. He's been kind of taking on the role the past few months, so I think he'd be a good candidate.
Thank you. Any other nominations? No. Councillor Kelly, nominate. Well done.
Thank you.
This is on item 10.
Next item, agenda item 10, appointment process for the post of Director of Education, support by Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. So this report requests delegated powers to be given to the Appointments Committee to make an appointment to the now vacant director post within Children's Services, and it's proposed that this post should be the Director of Education. It's also proposed that a further report on the integration of Children's Services social work into the Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership is brought back to Council at an appropriate date. So members will be aware that Robert Naylor retired as Director of Children's Services at the end of October. We've had interim arrangements in place for a number of months with Karen as Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services standing in. I'm exceptionally grateful to Karen for doing that at the same time as her own substantive post. But it is important we now move to fill this vacancy and ensure the focus that we need in terms of this role. So in September, I brought forward a report on the management structure of the council, and we agreed to implement a revised structure. And that report referenced a possible integration of children's social work into the Health and Social Care Partnership. So there have been ongoing discussions in relation to that. I referred to that in paragraph 6.1 in terms of discussions both with the Health and Social Care Partnership Chief Officer, the Chief Social Work Officer, and the Interim Chief Executive of NHS Forth Valley, and that is progressing well. These discussions are progressing well. But clearly there will need to be a decision both on the part of the Council and the IGB in due course as to that potential transfer of children and family social work. So in the meantime, we're looking to focus the director job on the other aspect of the service, the main aspect of the service. So that's education. So looking to appoint to Director of Education, who will also then manage Children's Services social work functions on a temporary basis, pending a decision to transfer to the Health and Social Care Partnership. And this will allow a period of time for the option to transfer to be further progressed and the appropriate and required governance arrangements to be properly considered. And as I say, a further report will be brought forward to the Council in relation to that in due course. With Council's agreement, it's intended to move to the recruitment to the Director post as soon as possible after the festive break. And just finally, and with reference to paragraph 5.7, members will recall that the Council agreed, subject to consultation, to the creation of a new Head of Education. Post that consultation has been concluded with no adverse comments, so we're ready to move ahead with that piece of recruitment as well. We will, or do intend to run these two pieces of recruitment in parallel, but we'll finalise the recruitment of Head of Education after the recruitment of the Director post to enable the new Director to be part of that final selection for the Head of Service post. So the recommendations, Provost, are at 2.1. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. And now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I think that the report's fairly clear, and the Chief Executive set out the rationale for this being a Director of Education and the potential move and the longer term of Children's Social Work Services. I think it is as a good opportunity to look at starting to reshape and transform our education services, and indeed similarly with our children's social work at an appropriate time for integration into the Health and Social Care Partnership, because I think there's a lot of benefits to be got from doing that. And of course, by splitting the Head of Education into two posts, it will again allow that transformational work to take us to the next level, recognising all the work that has been done previously, but it's about that striving to continue to get the best for our young people and continuing to press on the attainment. So I think this is a good opportunity. I think we've got a good platform to stand on, and it will attract a lot of interest to the authority just because of where we are and the work that has been done and the progress that's been made over the last 5 or 6 years. So I'm happy to move the report and look forward to the appointments process beginning.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. The other seconder, Councillor Steinbeck. Councillor Sinclair, my apologies.
So it's all right, Provost. I've certainly been called worse in my time. Happy to second this report, Provost. There are obviously there are few services that we provide as a council that have a greater impact on our education services. There's a solid foundation in place, thanks largely to the work that's ongoing with the teams as they stand, but obviously under the leadership of Robert Naylor as Director of Children's Services. And I want to pay tribute to him and wish him my personal luck if he's watching for his retirement. Of course, this report is clear in what it sets out to do, which has been eloquently put forward by the Chief Executive. This is a really exciting time for education, particularly in Falkirk. There's a lot of change going on, and I'm very much looking forward to the process going forward as it stands. But I'm happy to second this and look forward to the appointments process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment? No.
No amendments, Provost.
Councillor Kerr?
No amendment, Provost.
Councillor Spears?
Amendments.
Thank you. Since there's no amendments, can we agree to the report? Okay.
Well, it's just before we move on to the line question.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Councillor McKay.
Could we have an explanation of the differing roles of a Director of Education and a Head of Education? I just don't understand what the difference is. And secondly, what are the salaries of both positions? I'm looking for just a general idea.
That'll be yourself. Mr. Laurie?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to answer the first of these questions to enable Karen Algie to check the answer to the second, if you're happy with that. So the Director is the overall strategic leadership of the service, but also plays an important strategic leadership role in terms of the broader work of the council, particularly as we endeavour to ensure we're taking a joined up and one council approach to all the strategic issues that face us. In terms of the head of education, there's two head of education posts. We've been consulting on the split of functions between these two. We've come to a position on that. And that is about the head of education posts are about specific leadership of the key elements of the service. So secondary education, primary education, ASN, CLD and other key functions. So that's essentially the split. So at the director level, I'm expecting a really high level of strategic input to the broader challenges and issues faced by the council. The head of service is more directly involved in the management of these detailed functions.
Thank you. Mrs. Aldi? Ms. Aldi?
Yes, thank you, Provost. So the salary for the director post the most recent pay award is 125,000, and the salary for a head of service, again post the pay award, because that's when the person will be appointed, is 99,000.
Mr. McCabe?
And Provost, thanks very much, Mrs. Aldi, Mr. Larry, thank you.
Thank you. So can we agree with the report? Again? Okay. Going to move the business about a wee bit. The next one we're going to take is agenda item 14, referral from Audit Committee, report to members on the Controller of Audit on the 22-23 accounts, and it's a report by Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. The item in front of you is a referral from the Audit Committee, and the accounts in the annual audit report were presented to Audit Committee on the 6th of November, and Audit Committee agreed to refer the accounts to full council for sign-off. And if approved, the accounts would be signed after this meeting, and thank you to the Provost for agreeing to bring this forward, which will allow that to happen. And it's worth noting that the Audit Committee were also presented with the Temperance Trust accounts, and the report seeks to recommend to the trustees that these accounts can be signed off as well. Our external auditors, Audit Scotland, presented their findings to the Audit Committee in November, and their annual audit report and unqualified audit opinion is included in the papers today. The papers were discussed in some detail at the Audit Committee, so I won't present any more detail on them today, but I would just like to take the opportunity to once again thank all of the finance team for their hard work in pulling these accounts together and supporting the audit process. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Templeman. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. As has been said, these have already been at audit, and there's been an opportunity to look at them in detail there. But I appreciate that maybe there will be some questions. I think the contents of the audit report are broadly positive. It still does, continue to highlight the financial challenges that the council still face, and the difficult decisions that are certainly going to continue before us. It also contains the recommendations, etc., from the thematic report, which again was broadly positive, but it didn't throw up anything that we weren't aware of, and those recommendations will be subsumed into the best value action plan, and be able to be taken forward in that. But it has recognised that there has been some progress around that financial planning, but we still have a long way to go. But I think this year's audit has been much more positive than previous years. However, that in order to continue in that trajectory, there's a lot of work that the council has to do, particularly around the financial strategy and looking towards a sustainable financial model for the council. So I'm going to leave it at that, Provost, recognising that we do have to move things on swiftly in the meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. I agree with the leader of the council that we should keep this relatively brief. I think, as Amanda has said, that we have got an unqualified audit, and that's got to be a positive thing that happens. Yes, there is always work to be done with the account side, and to get this to a point where we're all happy with it. But when Audit Scotland give you an unqualified audit, I think that's worth approving. Therefore, I'm happy to second.
Thanks very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendment, but I'd just like to say thank you to the officers for their hard work in this.
Councillor Spears, or Bailey Spears? Care? A long day.
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you.
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the report? Can we agree on the report? Thank you. We now move to agenda item 11, Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership Update. And it's a report by Ms. Patricia Cassidy. This report's been to the IGB. It's kind of been, a lot of people have seen it already, so if we can try and limit the questions to maybe 30 minutes, if we can manage to do that without stifling any debate. I'd just also like to take this opportunity to say that Patricia is retiring next year in April, but she's still got a few council meetings to go, or a couple of execs in the council. So we'll have the opportunity then to say our thanks to her later on, but I just thought I'd mention that to everyone. Over to you, Ms. Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Provost, and good afternoon. This report in front of you is presenting our 6-monthly regular update from the Health and Social Care Partnership. The last report to Council was on the 28th of June this year. It summarises reports which have been considered by Falkirk Integration Joint Board over this period of the year, and the IGB have approved or considered the recommendations, and these are presented to Council for information. So just to give you an overview of what's in the report, there's an update on the primary care, transfer of primary care services into the partnership at section 5, an update on our care at home and our care home frameworks, as well as an update on the alcohol and drug partnership. Appended to the report is our annual performance report, and that's for the financial year 22 to 23. And that contains a whole raft of performance, financial and specific case studies and outputs on our delivery over that last financial year. And I certainly would commend to members of the council reading some of the case studies that really give you a flavour and sense of the work that's underway jointly within our communities. The recommendations at 1 are the members of the council note the contents of the report. I'm here today with a couple of my colleagues and we're more than happy to take any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Yourself, Councillor Colley?
Provost, apologies, just before Councillor Colley comes in, I just want to make a transparency statement that one of the some of the funds that are mentioned within the report are funds which are awarded to a organisation scale which I'm a trustee of. So just to be clear, that I'm making transparency. I'm not recusing myself, but just to let the council know.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to mention a couple of highlights. We could really very good inspection reports and things like that if you ever able to see the governance. And Falkirk has been named as the best place to go in Sunday Times Cable, which I think it speaks to how we're talking is doing. The joint event initiative in the Caledonia Service won the Excellence in Mental Health Exploration Social Services Awards, and there was a nomination for Excellence in Learning Disability from the Falkirk Learning Disability team. And a huge work that has been involved in bringing over primary care services, and there's no doubt the challenge involved with that. It's not just the GP services, but outbound hours, dentistry, ophthalmology, practice and saying that word. And just to note that there's a newly appointed primary care Previous comments and obviously to where the government. And even if you look at some of the other things, we do over 20,000 items for supply by joint equipment. So, and you're not really recommending people to the main energy and other and the reforms. And the work of the area services that we commission for support for that life by Shakara, also necessities and support for the care centre. Increases in referrals and those about the treatment and mortality and a huge training programme for the workforce and source of pastors. And finally, and we've been mentioned about the oncoming retirement, I felt also a little bit of time to get used to that. But I did want to take the opportunity to say that the Chief Finance Officer in partnership and Stephen Kirkland is retiring later this month, and things like knowledge and masters is going to be provided in our independent following that. I hope Councillor Flynn Chisler and I agree with me. Very great at explaining all the different elements of our pipeline. So I don't want to say any more, but just pretend that's people not.
Provost, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but the sound seems to be continually breaking up.
The microphone a bit closer. Oh, right, you're back. Okay, so do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah. I just want to take this opportunity, thank you Provost, just want to take this opportunity as a portfolio holder for public protection. I feel it's appropriate at this stage to bring up that we are currently in the 16 days of action. So I've just prepared something that I would like to say. We unite in solidarity to raise awareness to take a stand against gender-based violence that plagues our communities and worldwide. Gender-based violence is a violation of human rights. During this period, we amplify our collective voices, striving for a world where individuals, regardless of their gender, can live free from violence, discrimination and fear. These 16 days serve as a beacon of hope, igniting conversations, fostering empathy and driving meaningful action towards a just society. During this period, we unite to shine a spotlight on the plight of countless individuals affected by gender-based violence. It's a time to listen, it's a time to learn and amplify the voices of survivors, standing in solidarity with them and advocating for justice, support and resources they urgently need and truly deserve. Each day within these 16 days represents an opportunity, a chance to educate, advocate and mobilise change. We must shine a light on the nature of gender-based violence, acknowledging its multifaceted impact on individuals, families and our entire societies. By understanding its complexities, we can better address the root causes and working towards eradicating it from our communities. Through education and awareness campaigns, community outreach, policy, we aim to create a ripple effect of change, and especially with the next generation. And this is where I would like to highlight the incredible work that's happening in our high schools with the MVP programme, which shows a commitment from our young people across our district to play their part in ending gender-based violence. But the responsibility doesn't solely rest within the 16 days. It extends beyond a continuous commitment to challenging societal norms, promoting equality and fostering environments where respect, dignity and empathy prevail. Together, let's embrace these 16 days as a catalyst for change. Let us use our platforms, our voices and our actions to create a ripple effect that extends far beyond this time frame. Let's stand together, unwavering in our determination to create a world where everyone feels safe, valued and empowered. As we embark on this journey of advocacy and action, let us remember our collective efforts, no matter how small, can contribute to a future where gender-based violence is no longer tolerated. I would hope that everyone here would join me in extending a huge thank you to every single person who works tirelessly across the whole Forth Valley area and further to end gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you. And here. Now go to Councillor Hanlon. You have an amendment at all?
Thank you, Provost. I have no amendment. I would just like to echo some of the comments made by Councillor Colley, and also add my thanks to Stephen, since he will be retiring very soon, and I have very much benefited by his wonderful financial reports and his explanations of the very complex financial arrangements for the partnership, the council. I regularly thank Amanda for the explanation of council finances. In some respects, the health and social care partnership finances are even more complex. So I won't say more. I'll look forward to seeing Patricia again before she is leaving us, and thank her also, though, for the great deal of help she has given us. It has been good. Obviously, we've all seen this report. It's been through the IJB, so I don't have any issues to ask or any amendments to give. But thank you to the officers.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Bailey Care next.
No amendments, Provost.
No amendments. Councillor Spears?
No amendments.
Just open up for any questions. Councillor Patrick?
Thank you, Provost. I would firstly like to also support the words of Councillor Devine. As a member of the Falkirk Sir Optimus, we're also taking part in the 16 days of action, and it's a really important thing that we should all be supporting. My question is really about page 192, the self-directed support, and in particular the short breaks. And I have to say that my family are benefiting from both self-directed support and short breaks. But my concern just now is that really about the actual, you can be allocated a break, and we're allocated a certain number of days per year where a family member could be cared for in a care home setting, to do allow the other carers to have time off or to go on holiday and whatever. And I was really disappointed to hear recently that there is no more availability for those that need dementia support until at least the end of March. Now, I was told this towards the end of November, so that was 4 months that Falkirk Council can't provide that sort of support. And it's not, I was going to say disappointing, it's more than that, because it's that sort of support that allows family carers to keep people at home. And I mean, my question was, is it a financial matter, or is it simply that there just isn't that availability out there? And is there anything we can do about that? Because if carers aren't getting the break, they can't keep looking at people at home, and it results perhaps in family members having to go into permanent care earlier, and that is going to have, I think, a budget effect on us. Let alone the fact that as family members, we don't want those we're caring for to go into care a moment earlier than is necessary. So really just a question, is there a problem? Because that does concern me, that nobody else is asking for this up until March next year is going to get any, if it's a dementia aspect. And my second point really was just, I was quite surprised in a sense about the self-directed support. There's the 4 different options. And I know as a family we are using option 2, and I was surprised to see that only 2% of people take up that option. And my example is that just means that though you have the council agreed like a budget or the level of support that you're needing, that we've actually chosen what care firm would provide that support. And that's been a very important thing for us, because I'm so grateful for the support from the council, but it's great to actually be able to say that's the company that I would like to provide that support. And we have option 3. Nearly 95% of people just say that the council social work department should organise it for them. And I think I'd like to encourage people taking a bit more control. So I just wonder again, I see there's going to be a review group, but are we trying to promote that further to help people take more control of the care that their family member requires?
Okay, go to Ms Cassidy for a response.
Thank you. I'll ask Martin Tom to come in to answer that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr Tom.
Thank you, Provost. I suppose in relation to the second point that was raised there about the SDS uptake, I have to say that's something that really concerns us as well, which is why we've pushed for the review to be undertaken. We have looked at the practice of our staff, and we are looking at, I guess, broadening out training in partnership with SDS Forth Valley, because we are really keen that people take control of the funding and actually identify the provision that they want, rather than the provision that we identify as being best for them. So we appreciate we do have significant work to do in that area, and totally acknowledge the councillor's comments there. In relation to the lack of short breaks for people affected by dementia, I have to say that's the first I've been made aware that there's been an issue. We are committed to providing short breaks and supporting care or respite particularly. So that's a matter I'll have to take up with staff following today's meeting. But I can come back to you with an update on that. I know there were some issues last year in terms of our short breaks provision. A lot of that had been targeted towards getting people out of hospital, and it had actually taken up some capacity. But we have reviewed the registration for those facilities, and actually they have been reopened for short breaks. So I will have to look into that issue and come back to you, I'm afraid.
That's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a very brief comment. And just to continue in the spirit of advocating for women today, seems to be the theme, and I'm there for it. It is worth noting that although the increase for the care home and residential care home staff, we have to recognise that an increase to £12 doesn't go far enough to address the poor recruitment and retention in what is a very demanding field, which is predominantly staffed by women. With the ever-rising cost of living, and this increase will be eaten up by inflation, and these carers are absolutely vital in our society, and they deserve to be paid properly for and compensated for the work that they do. So I just wanted to make it very clear that we absolutely welcome and support the ongoing work of the unions to campaign for an increase to a minimum of £15 per hour for social carers. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say a few thanks to Patricia and all of our team for the report that's come forward. Just looking through it, one of the, called a facility, but one of the groups who, to me, they just do they provide a wonderful service, the Joint Dementia Initiative. Now, they've just won an award, the Scottish Social Services Award, and I just want to show recognition to them. Also, just picking up on Councillor Devine and Councillor Patterson's comments, the Women's Justice Service, they also won an Excellence in Justice Services, so I'm delighted to acknowledge that. And also to the Falkirk Learning Disability Team. They didn't quite win, but they were the finalists in this kind of competition. So there's three that I've picked on. I wish them every success for the future. Listening to Councillor Patrick, you know, we do have increasing need for services of this type, and if we can be helping and promoting things like the Joint Dementia, the Joint Dementia Initiative, they are doing a wee pilot in Denny just now, and I'm delighted to give them any support that I can. But so to everyone who's mentioned here, Cunningham House Care, Bunbury House Care, Somerford House, MEX, all of you, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Now, Councillor Nutter.
Yeah, just a very quick comment, and thank you to Councillor Devine for introducing the topic about the 16 days of action, which is really important, and it'd be good, although it didn't come out to us in Falkirk Council until after it had begun, which I think needs a wee bit of review. But I just make a plea to all the men in the room, especially since some of us women are advocating for ourselves, but it's the role of men in men's violence against women, which is crucially important. And so I have no power to direct or to whatever, but ask nicely of all the men in the room, whether you're a councillor or an officer, to sign the White Ribbon Pledge and to understand the importance of being a feminist as a man is very important too, and to go and check out the information that's there and to understand that. And if it's not about women in itself, it's about the patriarchal system which we still have, and that men's role in dismantling that is arguably even more important given the positions of power that men are in. So please go and have a look at the White Ribbon Pledge during this time and sign it if you would, and promote that role. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Certainly do that. I'd just like to ask Mr. Tom a question. On page 133, 5.25, at the bottom it says, this will include the development and integration of several subgroups and thematic alliances to focus on specific tasks, as well as a lived experience panel to ensure the voice of lived experience is central to the decision-making process of the ADP. How does someone with lived experience get on the panel?
Thank you, Provost. Our lead officers working very closely with SDF and a number of other partner agencies to identify how we can actually engage with people. I have to say Falkirk has very good representation from people with lived experience. We've tapped into that in a number of periods in terms of recruitment and the role of the ADP going forward, but we are looking to make that more formal within the subgroup and within the ADP executive as well, because we recognise that that voice of lived experience is really important to help us design services. So we are really ambitious actually and hope that our services will be directed in the main by those people that use them and access them, and up to now in some cases have actually struggled to access them, which is why it's really key to the development of the ADP going forward, because we need to make sure that our services are as accessible as possible at the times that people need them, and not just because that's something being driven by the MAT standards, but it's very much the way we'll get the best out of our services. I'll be happy to bring back an update to either council or one of the committees around the progress of that as we move ahead with it. Thanks.
That would be good to see that, Mr. Tom. Thank you. Now go to Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Going probably back to Councillor Murtagh's point about where I wasn't aware of it, but I will look into it. But I can assure you, Councillor Murtagh, I'm not allowed to be a feminist in the care household, and I know who's in charge in my house. Very much so.
Okay, sir. Councillor Bowes.
Provost, I've had the pleasure of signing the White Ribbon Pledge quite a while ago. I've also been trying to get in contact with Falkirk Valley College, because they're actually setting up a campaign locally in the area. So if any of the men or women want to know more about it, I'm happy to send you over some details.
Okay, thanks very much. There are no other questions or reports for noting. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
We'll now go Mr. Moody, because we now need to discuss the suspension of standing orders as we're approaching 5 o'clock. So, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And the provision in your standing order says that we wouldn't normally continue beyond 5 o'clock unless there is general agreement from the council. So I think there really is just a question of whether the council wants to continue for a further period to try and dispose of the remaining items of the business. The alternative may be to continue to another time, and the room is available tomorrow afternoon to allow the remaining business to be conducted. So I think that's the issue which is before the council just now.
Okay. Councillor Spears?
Yeah, I would say there's a considerable amount of business and motions to come forward that need a decent amount of time for it to be discussed and explained, and we should maybe take up the option coming in after the executive meeting tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, thank you. What's the feeling, Councillor Colley? So I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor Nimmo.
Okay.
What's Councillor Nimmo?
Thanks, Provost. I mean, the continuation was obviously anticipated by officers. That's why time was set aside for tomorrow afternoon. And as Councillor Spears has already intimated, there is still quite a bit of business to conduct. And other people obviously have commitments on their time after 5 o'clock tonight. For myself, for example, I've got a surgery at 6 o'clock, which I need to get away for. So it would be much better if we carried this forward until tomorrow.
Thank you. Anybody else's views on that? Carry it forward to tomorrow. What's the feeling?
Provost, if there are any items that could be fairly swiftly dealt with, I certainly think that the Treasury management could be swiftly dealt with. Obviously, execution of deeds is not usually contentious. Again, perhaps the IGIB business case, there may not be too much in relation to that, but I do think that there might be some time required for the Chief Social Work Officer's report, and there may well be questions related to that. But I think if we were to extend for maybe half an hour to deal with some of those reports, and a decision made over whether the Chief Social Worker report gets put tomorrow or whether we take it tonight.
So what's the feeling? Continue for another half an hour, or?
I'm happy with half an hour, Provost.
I would just keep going, because tomorrow we might be sitting here in exactly the same position. So do as much as we can tonight, and that's a wee bit less tomorrow, hopefully.
If we are going to just continue the agenda, I would request a short recess because I have to make arrangements for ongoing things later this evening.
So is the general consensus to continue for a short period of time, or?
Half an hour.
No, half an hour?
Agreed.
Okay, another half an hour, then back here tomorrow. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now go to agenda item 12, IGB business case, and it'll be Stephen Kirkwood who's going to address the report. And we just wish you well in your retirement, Mr. Kirkwood. I think you've heard some comments earlier on regarding your financial astuteness. So I think we would all wish you well in your retirement. Carry on.
Thank you very much, convener, and I hope I live up to those words now with this next report. So
I'm sure you will.
So the business case forms the basis of discussions with both Falkirk Council and NHS Forth Valley on next year's budget for Falkirk Integration Joint Board. The current business case was presented and approved at the IGIB board meeting that was held just on Friday there last week on the 1st of December. The cover report for today's meeting has a specific focus and slant towards adult social care, while the business case itself is for health and social care partnership as a whole. The business case highlights a number of areas of uncertainty at present, not least of which is the Scottish Government budget announcement for next year, which we don't expect until the 19th of December. It then highlights our current working assumptions, and specifically with Falkirk Council and adult social care in mind, these include an assumption that Scottish Government funding for the 2022-23 Scottish Joint Council SJC pay award will now be passed through to the IGIB next year. An assumption that the Scottish Government will fund increases in the living wage that will see provider direct care staff pays increasing from a minimum of £10.90 per hour to £12 per hour, as was mentioned earlier. Now, this will cost £6.468 million per annum locally, but we expect the full provider uplift cost for the Health and Social Care Partnership to be £7.955 million, including the unfunded uplift in respect to the non-pays element of provider rates, and that reflects the Consumer Price Index at September. And finally, in terms of the sort of major assumption, there's an assumption that the current year overspend pressures that we're seeing for both residential care and care at home will be addressed through next year's budget process. In total, the business case highlights a funding gap of £19.362 million prior to savings, with 275 million of this relating to adult social care. I'd suggest that the adult social care gap is broadly attributable to provision for next year's pay award, prior year pay award funding gaps, next year's provider uplift in respect of the non-pays inflation, and current year volume and demand pressures, particularly for residential care and care at home. Now, it's not in this report, but we did report separately to the IGB in recent periods that care at home activity has increased by 18% between March 2022 and March 2023. And then in the current year, we've seen another 2,450 hours of additional activity every week since in the first half of the current year. And I believe that what we are seeing locally is happening to varying extents across the whole of the United Kingdom as we speak. Current and developing savings proposals to bridge the gap are detailed in Appendix 1 of the business case, while Appendix 2 notes current equality impact assessments. You will see within the savings plan a number of areas are still being explored or refined, and these are shown as to be confirmed or TBC. You will also note that there are proposals in respect of inflationary income increases, and these will require council approval. The final comment I would add before inviting any questions is in respect of timing. Since we produced the business case, the Chancellor has announced his autumn statement. The Office of National Statistics has released a further month of inflation stats. The Corporate Finance Network has discussed financial planning assumptions for health boards for next year, and the SJC pay award has been paid. So a lot has happened since we produced the business case, and a further iteration will be required before the next IGB board meeting in March to factor in the implications from these developments. The recommendations for today are all for noting. So all that remains really is just to thank you for this opportunity to present the business case, and I'd be happy along with Patricia and the rest of the team just to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kirkwood. I'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Stephen, and I too wish you well in your retirement. Starting to feel a wee bit jealous about all these people who are retiring, but I hope that you have a happy and healthy and active retirement. Business case usually comes, and it's the first sight that we have of the IGB proposals for the coming year, and this will feed into our budget setting process. It's indicative at the moment because it will change, and there will be things that will need to be firmed up, and I note that there's a host of savings within the proposals that are currently read, and there's more work to be done on those to see how achievable they are. And indeed, obviously, there's the reserves position within the IGB that needs to be taken into account. So it is a work in progress. It's a point in time, one which we will need to take cognizance of and have the updated versions as the iterations come forward to help with our budget planning and assumptions in relation to the council's budget going forward. So as it's been said, Provost, this is really a noting report for members, but there may well be those that haven't had sight of it prior to this meeting that may have questions. So I'm happy to move the report as it is.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Colley. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
I have no amendments. I could say things, but I won't.
Okay. Billy Kerr.
No amendments, Provost.
Councillor Spears.
No amendments.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone would like to ask any questions? No. Can we agree the report? No. I've lost it. I heard it. Okay. Next item of business is agenda item 15, referral from Executive Treasury Management Interim Review 23-24, and report by Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. I will be very brief. Once again, this is a referral item. The interim review report has already been considered by the executive and was discussed at that meeting. So again, I don't propose to present any detail in relation to this report at this meeting, and I'm very conscious of time, but I am of course happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms Templeton. Now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. As has been said, this is a referral on from the executive. There's been the opportunity for members to ask questions at that time. Our Treasury Management obviously is quite critical to our budget planning, and it has become more so over the years. And it's important that we do have the regular updates. It has to be noted that with the current volatile financial markets, particularly with high interest rates, borrowing is challenging, particularly longer term borrowing. And that's why the council needs to be kept appraised and to ensure that we have the financial resources to be able to meet our obligations around our capital programming going forward. So that's why we appear to have regular updates from Treasury Management. It's important that we do, and we take that into cognizance when we are making our decisions. And as we are coming up to our budget planning, it will be really important to take that into account, what's achievable and affordable. Thank you, Provost. I'll move the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. As Councillor Meikle-John's covered most of what I was going to say, but I'm just going to touch on the inflation is still rising, although the actual figure has dropped over the last year to, I think it's about 4.76%. But that's still it's still rising. It's not went to a negative numbers. The only way it would be going down. So it's still rising. The more worrying one, and I think the leader of the council touched on it, is the interest rate and the fact that the money markets are now saying that the interest rates are likely to stay higher for longer. That particularly will put pressure on any of our capital spend for our long-term capital spend. Hopefully that'll turn around. Hopefully that'll change. But I'm just a councillor in Falkirk. When the people in the money markets are saying that it's likely to be staying pretty high for longer than what they anticipated, that potentially gives us problems going forward. We have got the right people and Amanda to be dealing with this for us, and we are where we are. So, but yeah, it's been through a number of places now, this report, so I won't say any more of that other than to second the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. Now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I have no amendments.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr.
No amendments, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
No amendments.
Is there any questions for Ms Templeman? No. Can I agree with the report?
Agreed.
Okay, next item of business 16, execution of deeds, and it's a report by Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. The report merely asks Council to note the report. I won't say any more, but I'll attempt to answer any questions any members have.
Okay, anybody, any questions on execution of deeds? No. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Back here tomorrow, 2 o'clock.